231-500-139, State of Utah versus Kouri, Richins. Just for clarity, can I have counsel for the state make their appearance, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Brad Bloodworth, Lindsay Shervinack, Joseph Hill, and Fred Burmester for the state.
And for the defense, please.
Wendy Lewis, Catherine Nestor, and Alexander Ramos from Kouri Richins.
Okay. I appreciate everybody here in the gallery has exercised great patience this morning. We needed to discuss some legal issues related to the admissibility of evidence. Couldn't have had that discussion in the presence of the public in a way that would preserve the integrity of the process going forward. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Bloodworth, before we get rolling this morning, I understand there's some housekeeping details we need to address.
Yes, Your Honor. The state would like to provide the court with something of an overview regarding how the state will present its preliminary case. The state has presented most of its evidence and arguments in paper in advance of today, notably including the transcript of the detention hearing, which the court has already admitted into evidence, along with 60, I think since now, other exhibits. We intend to be mindful in our presentation to not belabor well-established evidence. To that end, we ask that the court moves along when appropriate. The opposite, of course, holds true if the court seeks additional information. If the court would let us know, we will present it.
Understood.
Speaking of our papers, back in May, the state had submitted a bench memo. I have two errata that I would like to put on the record. The first is on page 20 and 24, Your Honor. There's a date that refers to Friday, March the 5th, 2022. As a calendar will tell us all, that was Friday, March the 4th.
Okay, got it.
At page 10, in reference to a divorce consultation, the state wrote that occurred in January of 2022. The state asked that the court strike the date. The court will call some litigation related to this matter that occurred after the state filed that bench memo. That litigation revealed that date was not accurate.
Any others?
Those are the errata, Your Honor. The state will call in its presentation Detective Jeff O'Driscoll and experts Chris Kotrodemus and Brooke Carrington. The state has provided the defense with advance notice of those witnesses. When the state calls Detective O'Driscoll, the state will not conduct a direct exam. Instead, the state will refer the court to his testimony at the detention hearing. The state is essentially offering Detective O'Driscoll for cross-examination by current defense counsel within that scope as, in the best interest of a fundamentally fair proceeding, since they've not yet had an opportunity to cross-examine. The state provided the defense with advance notice of this approach and reserves the opportunity to redirect Detective O'Driscoll. Finally, Your Honor, I'd like to, by stipulation, admit a few more documents. The first is what we have labeled as 7A. Exhibit 7 in the court's binder.
Self-right extraction report.
It does, Your Honor, and it's in there, and we refer to it in our papers because it has a screenshot of a navigation system. It is in 7A, but absent a telescope, the court's not going to be able to read it. So we have blown that up and labeled that 7A. If I may pass it up to the court.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, the other document we've labeled 67, and that is some notice for claim stage from true stage. They've been provided in discovery. They've been referenced. They just have not yet been.
What's the number?
67, Your Honor.
What is 66? You referenced 66, but... Understood, it's already in the plan, got it.
It is, Your Honor.
And 66 is exhibit, correct, counsel? Stipulated, my apologies. Is 67 stipulated?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay, 67 and 7A are,
Your Honor, may I?
of course.
Thank you. Your Honor, the final two exhibits are docket references 123 and 124. I'm not sure how they got left out of some of the earlier discussion on this, but they did, so. The statement was 123 and 124.
Any objection?
No objection.
Docket entries 123 and 124 are admitted for the purpose of today's preliminary hearing.
Your Honor, unless the court has anything to say, we'll call Detective O'Driscoll.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos, anything housekeeping wise?
No, Your Honor, nothing possible.
Okay. Detective, let's get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, the state tenders Detective O'Driscoll for cross-examination within the scope of the direct conducted at the detention.
Understood. Ms. Lewis?
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
We haven't met. I'm Wendy Lewis. I'm one of Ms. Richins' attorneys.
Thank you.
So, Detective O'Driscoll, when was it that you were first asked to take over this case?
In March of 2023.
And who was on this matter before you as the lead detective?
Detective J.D. Woody.
And why was this matter turned over from Detective Woody to yourself?
Detective Woody moved divisions from the investigations division to the patrol division. She had an opportunity to have some auxiliary assignments that are only available in that division, specifically a K-9 handler position.
Did you ever become aware of any evidence or any issues with Detective Woody mishandling evidence in this case or other cases?
No.
All right, when you first took over this case in March of 23, what was it that you reviewed initially?
I was not able to review the entirety of the information that was available in the case, but specifically, most of the information that I received was from updates from investigators that had been working the case prior to me. I was able to review some of the supplemental reports that had been entered into our CAD file, but I don't recall the entirety of every document or piece of information that I reviewed.
Did you review all the police reports that had been written up to that point?
From our office?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
Did you review all of Detective Woody's reports?
I believe so, yes.
Now, who did you interview initially when you first took over this case?
The first interview I conducted, I believe, was with Ms. Richins.
All right. So that interview, well, I'm going to get back to that in a minute. Before we talk about the interview with Ms. Richins, did you, I'm going to go back to the early morning of March 4th, 2022.
Okay.
Did you review evidence about the investigation that was done that night?
Yes.
And what investigation was done at the home that night? Or that early morning hours of March 4th, 2022?
Responding deputies conducted an initial interview with Ms. Richins. Detectives were then called out, and they conducted, I believe, a separate interview with Ms. Richins as well as other people that were then at the home by the time they arrived. And I believe they conducted a search of the home for any kind of evidence that may have helped them understand what had happened.
And what was seized from the home that night as potential evidence? Are you aware?
I don't know a complete list, no.
Are you aware if anyone was searching for any illegal drugs in the home that night?
I do not know.
Were any illegal drugs found in the home that night? That
I don't
early morning?
believe so.
So no fentanyl was found in the home.
Not that I'm aware of.
Were there any unidentified pills, light green pills, blue pills, dark green pills, anything like that found in the home the early morning of March 4th?
I don't believe so.
Were there prescription medications taken at that time?
I believe so, yes. Part of death investigation is to document and collect prescription medications for the scene. I
Were there
can't
any,
tell you specifically which ones though.
sorry, let me just do that. Were there any non-prescription medications or illegal substances taken from the home that night of any kind?
I don't believe so.
Eventually, or early on when you started the case, were you able to review the medical examiner's report?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of what caused Mr. Richins' death based on that report?
The medical examiner's report identified that the cause of death was drug intoxication with a specific drug being fentanyl.
All right. But nothing was found or seized the early morning of March 4th that included fentanyl. Is that correct?
No fentanyl was seized that I'm aware of, no.
All right. Was there any glassware seized in that initial search?
I don't know.
You don't know if there was glassware seized, such as copper mugs or shot glasses, you're not aware?
I know with review of supplemental reports I could find that information, but right now I don't know if during the first search on the morning after Eric Richins' death, if those were collected or not.
Were they collected at some other time?
Yes, I believe some copper cups were collected from the home subject to a search warrant.
All right. When was that search warrant that was executed on the Richins home? You said after.
There were multiple that were executed. The first one after Eric Richins' death, I believe, was in April of that same year, mid to late April. I don't remember an exact date.
Was this after the medical examiner's report had been reviewed?
Yes.
Were you present for that?
No.
But you reviewed reports regarding that search?
Yes.
Was there any Oxycontin found in that search?
I know during one of the searches that there were some prescription opiates that were not in a prescription container that were found in the home. I don't know if they were specifically Oxycontin.
Were they fentanyl?
No.
Were they tested at some point in the course of this investigation?
I don't know. I could review supplemental reports and get that information, but I don't know.
But you don't. You don't know. Were there any illegal drugs or drugs that were prescribed that were seized in that April of 22 search?
I don't believe so.
Did there come a time that some THC gummies were seized?
Yes.
Do you know when that was?
I would have to check dates on the receipts of those items and evidence. It could have been during that first search in April, or it could have been on a subsequent search. I'm not sure.
So there may have been illegal substances or THC, which is an illegal substance, found in that search.
I believe THC was found in the home during one of the search warrants executed on the home.
Right. And were they in the form of gummies or some other form of THC?
They were edibles.
Edibles. So were the edibles, were you made aware, or are you aware of who the edibles belong to?
We received statements that they belong to Eric, the decedent.
Were those edibles tested?
Yes.
And did you review a report regarding those edibles?
Yes.
And did that report, that initial report, say that there were traces of fentanyl in those edibles?
No.
You did not review a report that said there was fentanyl in the edibles?
No.
So, as you were investigating this case, well, let's strike that. I'll come back to that. So you talked about that your first interview in this case was with Kouri Richins. What was the date of that interview?
I believe it was April 14th of 2023.
So this was about 13 months after Mr. Richins' death.
Correct.
So you said before that conversation with Ms. Richins, and where did that conversation take place? I'm sorry.
At her home at 282 West Willow Court in Francis.
All right. And you had reviewed a number of reports prior to that interview.
Several, yes.
So you had an idea of the investigation that Detective Woody had already done on this matter.
I had a partial understanding of the investigation that she had conducted.
Who was with you when you did that interview? Were you alone or was there another officer with you?
No, Sergeant Hoffmeyer was with me as well.
Sergeant. Had you discussed this matter with him prior to this interview?
I just requested that he accompany me because we had both newly been put into the investigations division and would both be fairly involved with the case.
All right. Had you read correspondence prior to this interview with Ms. Richins, from Ms. Richins' prior counsel to the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
No.
So you hadn't read any correspondence where Ms. Richins' counsel asked that she not be interviewed with counsel present? You hadn't read those yet?
No, I had not.
Now, taking over as lead investigator, didn't you know that she was represented by counsel?
No, I did not.
During the interview with Ms. Richins, did you become aware she was represented by counsel?
Partway through the interview, it became apparent, yes.
But you didn't ask her at any time during the interview if she wanted counsel present, correct?
I did. I told her partway through the interview, her mother, Lisa Darden, came to the home, and she made a statement about whether or not Kouri should talk to us without, she said the word Sky, the name Sky. I assumed that that was an attorney that she had contacted. And at that time, I told her, if you would rather have an attorney present here while we talk, that's fine. And she declined.
Let me show you just a portion of that interview. Hopefully, if you can give me that. Page 215. Can we show this on the screen to the witness? Thank you. If I could direct you, Detective, to the very bottom of that page as your statement at the bottom of that page. If you could just repeat that, not read it out loud, if you could repeat that. Now that statement was made as you were leaving the house, correct?
It appears so, yes.
And do you recall that statement that you made to Ms. Richins as you were leaving the house?
Yes.
And what was it you told her then?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
What was it you told her as you were leaving the house, reflected in that statement?
In this statement,
Yes.
that she could have an attorney present while we talk. I'm guessing that's what you're getting at.
Well, but you finished talking for that day, correct?
I believe so.
This was in fact the very end of the transcript that you were walking out of the house, correct?
It looks like it.
And you told her if she wanted an attorney at future interviews, that would be fine.
Yes.
Right. Does that, we'll strike that. Isn't it true, Detective, that that is the only time that you told Ms. Richins that she could have an attorney present when being interviewed, if she wished to?
I recall making that statement midway through the conversation. If it's not in the recording, then I didn't.
All right.
But I do remember making the statement that we were happy to have an attorney present while we spoke to her.
At least as you were leaving.
Yes.
So let's talk about some of the investigation and interviews you did prior to Ms. Richins' arrest. as part of your investigation, is it true, isn't it true, that you looked into Kouri's relationship with a Mr. Grossman?
Yes, some other investigators, I wasn't directly involved with contacting Mr. Grossman, but yes.
And that is someone that you have referred to, or I don't know if you personally, but has been referred to in transcripts as Ms. Richins' paramour, correct?
Correct.
And you reviewed texts between Ms. Richins and this individual, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Did you also investigate the texts between Eric Richins and the women that he'd been having affairs with during that period of time?
I didn't personally, I don't know that any of our investigators did.
Have you ever reviewed any texts or calls between Eric Richins and women that he was having affairs with prior to his death?
Objection, Your Honor, that seems fast enough, but it's also beyond the scope of the testimony of the detention.
So the first part of that objection is overruled. The second part, though, I'm not sure how this has an impact on the probable cause determination the court will need to make.
Well, Your Honor, I believe that the fact that nobody was investigated other than Ms. Richins is relevant. And this would be a potential alternative suspect that there was
Certainly
no
at
investigation.
trial, Ms. Lewis, I understand, but preliminary hearings are not supposed to be a discovery tool. The irrelevance objection is sustained.
So, Detective, are you familiar with someone by the name of Carmen, I believe it's Lauber, is that how it's pronounced?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with her?
She became a person of interest in this case at one point when detectives started investigating associations and contacts of both Kouri and Eric Richins. Investigators from our office were familiar with her background in having a criminal drug history, and she became the target of a separate investigation as she related to Ms. Richins.
Could you maybe just explain that for me a little more? How was she a target related to the Richins case?
Text messages were located in the defendant's phone from a phone number that was found to belong to Carmen Lauber. At that time, detectives started looking into Carmen Lauber and her activity. They found that she was on a drug court program in another county and started investigating her as related to Ms. Richins, having worked with her and having cleaned houses for both her business, her realty business, as well as her personal home.
So just to clarify, Ms. Lauber did cleaning for Ms. Richins' business and in the Richins' household. Did I have that straight?
Correct.
All right. And did you execute a search warrant, or was a search warrant executed on Ms. Lauber's home?
Yes.
Were you present for that?
Yes.
And were there illegal items seized during that time?
Yes.
Was she arrested at that time?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall when that was?
I believe it was towards the end of April 2023. I don't know an exact date.
So after Ms. Lauber's arrest, did you interview her?
Yes.
How many times have you interviewed her since April of 2023? You or others associated with this investigation? Clarify.
I believe 4 official planned interviews.
What about unplanned, unofficial interviews?
I've spoken with her, but not in an interview setting. That's what I'm getting at. Interviewing her in connection with this case, there were 4 that I'm aware of.
Do you know how many hours you spent interviewing her or others associated with this case?
I believe at the detention hearing, I testified that it was around 10. I believe that's accurate.
So when did you initially interview Ms. Lauber?
It would have been I believe, April 26th, shortly after her arrest, maybe the day or two after her arrest.
Alright. And during that initial interview, can you tell me what took place during that interview?
We spoke to Ms. Lauber about the items that were found in her home subject to the search warrant. We told her that the charges that she was facing, that she was on drug court probation for in the outside county, could continue to be charged against her due to a violation of her drug court. We told her that she was facing felony distribution charges in that case.
Can I interrupt for 1 second? Distribution of what?
Controlled substance.
What did you seize from her home?
So the charges that she was facing in relation to her drug court were separate from the ones that resulted from the search warrant. But we found illicit THC products as well as a firearm in her home.
And why was the firearm of significance?
It was a violation of her drug court probation to be in possession of a firearm.
Well, she was a convicted felon, isn't that right?
Yes, that's also pertinent.
So she was also potentially looking at charges of felon in possession of a firearm, correct?
Correct.
And you told her that in the first interview?
Correct.
Did you tell her that those would be state or federal charges?
I believe we told her that they could be both.
They could be both, or either.
Either, right?
Did you tell her potentially how much time she could be looking at in prison if she was charged and convicted of these additional offenses?
I don't recall saying a specific number of days, but I know we made mention that there was significant jail time attached to those charges.
Significant prison time.
Prison time.
All right, so what did she tell you in that first interview about her associations with Kouri Richins?
She confirmed that she had worked for Kouri in the past. She told us that she knew Kouri through Kouri's aunt Doreen, whom Carmen worked for, cleaning houses. She initially stated that she didn't know anything about what had happened with Eric's death or anything about fentanyl. And we explained to her that the position that we were in to try to investigate anything that might have happened, whether that was inculpatory or exculpatory for anyone, and that any information that she might have about it would be helpful to us.
All right, if we just break that down just a little bit. What did she tell you about ever dealing fentanyl at that time?
She said that she hadn't really ever, in her words, messed with fentanyl. Then she later admitted she had tried it once and didn't have a good experience with it.
Did she tell you a daughter had overdosed on fentanyl?
I don't recall. I could review the video and give you an answer on that, but I don't recall.
And isn't it true she told you she never dealt with fentanyl, that she dealt in pain? If she gave you information about Eric Richins' death or anything that could help you in the investigation of Eric Richins' death?
We explained to her that if she had information regarding Eric Richins' death, that we could work with the prosecutor who was responsible for her charge warrant and the drug court charges. We didn't make her any specific promises, but we told her that we were willing to work with the prosecutor's office on those charges.
Is Ms. Lauber in custody at this time? Is she in jail?
No.
All right, was she ever charged with anything that was to do with dealing drugs, a violation of her drug court, or with anything that was seized during that search?
I don't know. I don't believe so. I had no dealings with the inner workings of that county's prosecutor's office after we interviewed Ms. Lauber. After we interviewed Ms. Lauber, we informed the prosecutor's office that she was being cooperative with our investigation, and then they and her attorneys worked out whatever kind of deal they worked out with her.
Well, isn't it true, Detective, that you went back and spoke with Ms. Lauber and guaranteed her that she would not be charged in any way as connected to Eric Richins' death if she continued to cooperate?
I didn't make that statement in those words, but we impressed upon her that, yes, in exchange for helpful information in this case, that she could potentially have reduced or eliminated charges.
Well, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit because I know you had a number of interviews with her, and I've certainly reviewed at least 6. Because those interviews were recorded, correct?
Correct.
And any interview that you have had with her would be turned over to defense counsel, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Well, we turn it over to the state, and I believe it's their
All right.
opportunity to turn it over to the defense.
So if I represented that they have turned over at this time 6 interviews with yourself and Ms. Lauber, or with, who was the other detective, I'm sorry, that was with you during those interviews?
Detective Maynard.
Detective Maynard. That they've turned over 6 at this time. Would that sound correct to you?
Yes.
All right. So I want to go to the 6th interview, which was May 13th, 2023. Does that sound right?
Yes.
So isn't it true at that interview, you told her that she was going to be testifying in front of a federal grand jury?
I don't recall that.
Yarkis?
Am I in the video that you're referencing?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I don't recall that.
So you don't recall that you told her that you and Detective Maynard had discussions with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and that they had guaranteed you that she would not be charged in connection with Eric's death so long as she testified in front of the grand jury?
I don't remember it, but it doesn't sound unreasonable.
You're the lead detective, right?
Yes.
Did Ms. Lauber testify in front of the federal grand jury regarding this case?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so. Do you know? Yes or no?
I don't know for a fact.
You don't know. Did you testify in front of a federal grand jury regarding this matter?
No.
Do you know of anyone in your investigation that testified before a federal grand jury?
No.
But you do recall telling her that she would be testifying before a federal grand jury the next week.
I honestly don't remember it. I'm not surprised by the information because when we were working with prosecutors' offices at the time, there were both federal prosecutors and state prosecutors that were involved in it. And that sounds like a likely discussion that could have been made that she would need to testify before a grand jury.
The next week.
Like I said, I don't remember those. If I review the video, I probably could speak to it more.
Did you review an interview that Detective Maynard did with Carmen Lauber on the day before that, May 12th, regarding a Zoom meeting he had had with different agencies, in this case, federal and state?
I believe so.
And do you recall in that he explained to her what she would be doing in terms of testifying in front of a grand jury?
Again, I don't recall the discussion about the grand jury. If I review the video, I can speak to it more, but I just don't recall it from my memory.
All right, do you
I don't believe that video is one that I have recently reviewed. I reviewed the initial 3 or 4 that we had with Carmen prior to this hearing.
All right, we'll go back to those in just a minute. Let me ask if you recall this. Do you recall telling her on May 13th that she would be testifying in front of the grand jury and that the goal would be to convict Kouri Richins of murder? Do you recall that?
No, I do not.
Ms. Lauber got a letter of immunity from the United States Attorney's Office for the District of Utah, did she not?
I believe so, yes.
But you don't know if she testified in front of the grand jury.
I do not.
So tell me the first interview. I'm going to go back now to that initial interview in April 2020 or April 27th, 2023.
Okay.
How did that interview end?
Can you tell me the date again? April 27th, the first time we
Yes, the
spoke.
very first time you interviewed her.
We told her that she probably had some things to think on and consider, and that if she decided she wanted to talk to us about this case, that she could contact us, or that we would be in contact with her again shortly.
Yes. So did you tell her you'd be back in a few days after she had some time to think about what had happened?
Yes.
All right. And did you go back in a few days?
Yes.
Do you recall the date you went back?
I believe it was the following Tuesday.
So if I told you that was May 2nd, 2023, would you have any reason to?
Sounds accurate, yes.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to talk over each other. Go ahead.
That sounds accurate, yes.
All right. So the second interview. What did you tell Ms. Lover in that interview?
We told her a lot of things. Do you want to talk about something specific?
All right. Did you ask her if she had time to reconsider her relationship or her activities with Ms. Richins?
I believe so. When we first sat down and she entered the interview room, she immediately started telling us that she had been thinking about calling us and wanted to talk to us.
All right. And you reminded her that she was looking at serious charges, and you guys would have her back. You would help her if she cooperated.
Yes.
Had you seized a phone, excuse me, a phone from Ms. Lover at that time?
Yes.
Was there more than one, or did you seize one?
There was more than one. There were two, I believe, that we relied on for evidence and content. There were multiple old phones, I believe, that were seized from her home, but the two that we downloaded and were subject to our investigation, there were two.
Were either of those phones, excuse me, were either of those phones ones that she was using in March of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
I think one of them was. All right. So what did she tell you in that second interview about communications between herself and Ms. Richins that she thought might be helpful to you? Sorry, I'm interrupting her.
In most, if not all, of the interviews that we had with Carmen, her memory went back and forth on what happened, what didn't happen, and which times those things happened. So chronologically, it's hard to say where we went in the interview. But she began very slowly, and it appeared to us that she was minimizing her involvement, but said that she had participated in some way in getting Kouri illicit substances. And like I said, it began small and her minimizing her involvement and developed into more specific statements.
And these statements took place over the course of 3 or 4 additional interviews.
Correct.
Your Honor, the state objects on relevant grounds. As the court's aware, Ms. Lauber submitted testimony by 1102 witness statement. And the standard for the preliminary hearing is notwithstanding credible testimony to the contrary. The court's also well aware that Article 1, Section 12 of our Constitution and progeny case law says that discovery is not a proper purpose for this hearing.
Well,
Help me out, where are we headed here?
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Bloodworth had stated as we were at the beginning of the hearing that in large part he was putting Detective O'Driscoll on in the interest of fairness and justice because Ms. Richins' current counsel had never had the opportunity to cross-examine him on his prior testimony, and he testified in his prior testimony about these things. So my understanding was that this was our opportunity, since we haven't had one before, that was agreed upon and represented the court, to cross-examine him about that prior testimony, even though this is the preliminary hearing. And these facts very much go to probable cause.
It's the last part that I'm not following you on. How do these go to probable cause? I don't think I've heard anything that it sounds like testimony that Carmen Lauber did not have the opportunity to perceive or know the things that she claims to have perceived or known. I don't get to weigh credibility outside of those extraordinary circumstances at a preliminary hearing. I'm trying to give you as much latitude as the state will agree to. I'm staying out of the way, but at some point, the limits on probable cause determination kick in.
All right, well, based on the earlier discussion of the court, I'd like to go a little farther in terms of reviewing his testimony from the prior hearing.
Understood. If you need clarification of it, but if I imagine, don't hold me to this, but I imagine that if we keep reviewing the investigative steps and potential sources of bias on Ms. Lauber, you're going to continue drawing objections regarding relevance.
I understand. All right.
We'll give Ms. Lewis some additional limited latitude here, Mr. Bloodworth. Let's see where we go.
So when you testified before, did you testify as to how many times Ms. Lauber had allegedly provided drugs to Ms. Richins?
I believe so, yes.
And how many times did you say that happened?
At that time of testimony, we understood there to be 3 transactions that Ms. Lauber participated in with Ms. Richins.
And what were the dates of those 3 transactions?
February 11th, February 26th, and March 9th of
March.
2022.
March 9th, after Mr. Richins had passed away.
Correct.
Right. And did you testify at the prior hearing, or do you recall what Ms. Lauber said she provided to Ms. Richins, what sort of drugs she provided to Ms. Richins on those 3 occasions?
Again, it went back and forth with details and was clarified the more information she was presented with from phones and other physical evidence. The determination we came to after the conclusion of all 4 interviews was that she had procured some type of prescription or non-prescription opiate on the first transaction, and that the following 2 were fentanyl pills, counterfeit fentanyl pills.
And so you said that in the first interview, she told you that she didn't deal in fentanyl. Can you just explain what you did in your investigation to try and confirm? How did you come back around to that it was fentanyl?
So in the initial interview with Ms. Lauber, and the statements she made about not having dealt in fentanyl before, in my opinion, my experience with interviewing people, especially in custody, I think she was minimizing her involvement. I think she was trying to cover herself from any type of further legal problems. And then after we came back the second time, I think she had changed her mind about how much information she wanted to reveal to us. And that's when she started talking to us about the fentanyl pills, and that she recalled specifically that they were fentanyl.
And did you interview other people regarding those transactions?
Investigators from the Summit County Sheriff's Office did, yes. I wasn't involved in every single interview, but yes.
Did she tell you how many pills total that she provided to Ms. Richins, or that she recalled providing?
One moment, please. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state renews its relevance and objection. What's going on here is the defense counsel is asking questions about the detention hearing, which the defense counsel has a transcript of. Did she tell you this? Well, we know this because he testified to it.
Let's just assume that this question, which goes directly to the probable cause determination, is foundation for whatever's coming next. So I'm going to allow this.
I appreciate it, Your Honor. All these recordings are, all these interviews are recorded in discovery and can be identified.
I understand. Your objection to the extent it's relevance is overruled. Ms. Lewis, please proceed.
Did she tell you the number of pills she provided to Ms. Richins?
Are you Meaning in total or per transaction?
Either way, whatever is easiest for you to
She
explain.
made an estimate of approximately 15 to 30 pills per transaction.
So a total of
Maximum of 90.
75, 30 to 90,
30 to 90.
45 to 90 pills. All right. Did you, have any of those pills ever been found?
No.
None in the Richins' home?
No.
Correct? None in Ms. Richins' car, correct?
No.
So you've never had the opportunity to test any pills that were allegedly provided from Ms. Lauber to Ms. Richins, is that correct?
Correct.
Not one, correct?
Correct.
So the only knowledge you have as to what those pills were came from Ms. Lauber, correct?
And corroborating witnesses.
Corroborating witnesses that,
That supplied Ms. Lauber with the pills or put her in contact with the person that supplied her the pills.
all right,
Or drove her to the transactions where the pills were purchased.
okay. Again though, have you tested any of those pills or found any of those pills so they could be tested?
No, we have not.
So you actually do not have any idea what the pills were that were given to Ms. Richins, correct?
Just based on the testimony, witness statements by Ms. Lauber and others.
But you don't know.
I don't know.
So you don't know if the pills were OxyContin, correct?
No, I do not.
You don't know if the pills were fentanyl, correct?
Based on what Ms. Lauber told us, she was sure that they were fentanyl. And her description of them match what I know currently to be Drug Trends street illicit fentanyl pills, with the description being a light green to blue round pill.
So let me ask you again. Do you know if any of those pills contain fentanyl?
No, I do not.
Do you know if these pills contained illegal drugs, opioids of any kind?
I do not.
When is the last time you sought evidence in this case?
Sought evidence, is that what you said?
Yes.
The case is active and ongoing until trial. I presume any new information that comes to us will continue to be considered as evidence.
Are you still interviewing witnesses?
Not at this moment, no.
I know you're not at this moment. You're here testifying. Have you recently interviewed witnesses or others investigating this case or involved in this case been interviewing witnesses?
Yes. Some of our team have reached out to witnesses that we've talked to in the past and have kept in contact with them.
Have you been provided statements or interviews by a private investigator in this matter?
They've been entered into systems that I have access to, yes. Not personally been provided with them, but yes.
Who does that private investigator work for?
The Richins family, the Eugene Richins family.
Is that who pays this private investigator to provide information to you?
I assume so.
When was the last time you executed a search warrant in this case?
I believe it was 1 or 2 weeks ago on the Richins home.
Still looking for the bills?
That was to seize a voice recorder that was located in the home.
All right. Just give me one moment. Just back up for one moment about the pills. So you said you interviewed other people. I think it was one other person who provided allegedly fentanyl to Ms. Lauber. Is that correct?
There were 2 individuals that we interviewed that were reported to have provided Ms. Lauber with the pills. One with the non-fentanyl opiates and then with the fentanyl pills.
Okay, so one provided the one that did not have fentanyl, and one provided the ones that she claimed did have fentanyl.
Correct.
Okay, so that individual, or actually either of those individuals, were they manufacturers of those pills?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
Well, one of them told you it was for prescription, correct?
I believe Ms. Lauber told us that. Would you like me to use names?
That's fine.
I believe Ms. Lauber told us that Ms. Kohler, who she claimed she got the non-fentanyl pills from, that they were somebody's personal prescription.
Okay. So we don't actually know where those pills came from either?
No.
All right. And the individual who provided fentanyl, he was not the manufacturer of fentanyl. He told you he didn't manufacture fentanyl, correct?
I believe so. Other detectives in our office, yeah, interviewed him.
All right. Do you know what red devils are?
No, I do not.
Did you record all of your conversations with Ms. Lauber, or if someone else was interviewing them, were they all recorded?
Interviews, yes. We've yes.
Besides Kouri Richins, did you interview or investigate into any other possible suspects in this case?
Interview, no. I personally try to keep an open mind as to all possibilities of what could have caused Eric Richins' death. But I didn't conduct interviews with any other suspects that were persons of interest labeled as suspects.
You didn't collect phones or look at anything else from any other suspects, correct?
We collected several phones from involved individuals in this case, and potentially people that could have had access to the Richins home at different times, that could give alternate explanations of how the fentanyl got in the system. But I didn't conduct any interviews of individuals regarding their involvement.
All right. One quick one. Nothing for me, Robert.
Mr. Bledworth, a brief scheduling question. Roughly how much time do you have on redirect?
Less than 10 minutes.
Okay, please proceed. Wait, can we get some more water for the witnesses?
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I've marked the State's Exhibit 68, Utah Bureau of Forensic Services forensic analysis report related to the collection of THC gummies. May I approach?
Of course.
I just can't hear Mr. Bloodworth.
Okay.
So I'm
I'm
Stay
sorry,
a
sorry.
little closer to that mic.
I'm forced to remark,
So am I.
evidentiary
Obviously.
argument this morning.
Oh, yeah, well,
Sorry.
I'll try to talk into the microphone, Your Honor. Detective O'Driscoll, do you recognize what the mark is, states exhibit for identification 68?
Yes,
You testified earlier regarding toxicology on some THC gummies. Do you recall that?
yes,
Does that toxicology report reference the THC gummies that you were testifying to?
it appears to, yes.
And then are you familiar with the difference in toxicology reports between fentanyl being indicated and fentanyl being found?
Yes, I'm remembering discussions with our evidence technicians, our forensic technicians, and that there's a difference there that I didn't know before.
I mean, what was the bottom line of that discussion with the evidence technician?
The bottom line was that something could be tested and indicate for precursors or some chemical structure that I don't fully understand that could indicate possibilities of fentanyl, but the state crime lab won't say for certain that fentanyl is present.
And in that instance, the reports read as that one does, am I right? Fentanyl indicated, not identified.
Correct, it says fentanyl was indicated in the gummies in the plastic bag.
May I treat this, Your Honor, the statement states 68 in the evidence.
Is Lewis any objection?
no objections under the same considerations of all the exhibits in this
It'll
hearing.
be admitted for the purpose of the preliminary hearing only.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state directs the court to item 14, which begins on the bottom of page 2 and continues to the top of page 3.
Thank you.
Detective O'Driscoll, you testified on cross-examination regarding interviews with Carmen Marbury. You remember that?
Yes,
Are all those interviews either audio recorded, video recorded, or audio recorded or audio and video recorded?
yes,
And to the extent your testimony recollecting back over a year would differ from the reportings, do you think the reporting is the accurate testimony?
I do. I sympathize with Ms. Lauder at this point, having been a year past the last time we talked about this.
Sure. Did you have an opportunity to watch a video recording of an assistant U.S. attorney and some federal investigators interviewing Ms. Lauber?
I didn't view it, but I was told about it.
Were you told that they were interviewing her kind of pursuant to a grand jury subpoena and before the grand jury testimony?
Yes, I'm remembering now that their appearance there, their interview of her was in regard to a grand jury subpoena that at the time we were not aware that they were planning.
Regarding Ms. Lauber's testimony, Ms. Lauber's interview with you and Detective Major, I want to perhaps clarify some of the transactions. Is it right to say that Ms. Lauber testified to one transaction with Susan Kohler involving Roxy's,
Yes,
and then a transaction involving fentanyl on February the 11th, the second fentanyl on February the 26th, and the third on March 9th?
yes,
Regarding the fentanyl portions of the conversation separate than the Roxy portions of the conversation. Did detectives from Summit County talk with the intermediary between Carmen Lauber and the ultimate fentanyl dealer to Ms. Lauber?
Yes.
And did that intermediary say that Ms. Lauber requested fentanyl?
Yes.
Did Summit County detectives talk with the man who distributed the fentanyl to Ms. Lauber?
Yes.
And did he say that she requested fentanyl?
Yes.
And that he ultimately provided fentanyl?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Just 3 or 4 questions.
Within the scope of redirect, please.
Yes, understood. You said that all interviews with Ms. Lauber were recorded, correct?
For sure, all the ones that I was involved in, yes.
All right. So does that mean that there have been meetings and discussions with her, with Ms. Lauber and either yourself or other people, the Summit County Sheriff's Office or the prosecution not recorded?
Not that were substantive in content in regards to the case. We have on occasion spoken with Ms. Lauber because she was placed on supervised probation by an out-of-county court and was to be under ankle monitor that was supervised by our department. So we have talked to her about compliance with those orders. We have also transported her, given her a ride to meetings with her attorney, and so there has been small talk, but not interview about the case that has not been recorded.
Okay. You drive her to her meetings?
She needs a ride sometimes.
So you just, in discussing this with, in answering Mr. Bloodworth's questions, you said that Ms. Lauber provided fentanyl to Ms. Richins 3 times.
I know that Ms. Lauber had difficulty remembering all the details of her interactions with Ms. Richins. I know at the time that we conducted the interviews, what she had told us in those interviews is what I testified to at the detention hearing.
And that was that there was 1 time that was Oxycontin and 2 times that she said she delivered fentanyl. Isn't that right?
Correct. Since those interviews, new forensic information from cell phones was received, was reviewed, and determined that there were 3 transactions involving fentanyl, including one after Eric Richins' death. I believe the most accurate statement from Ms. Lauber is the 1102 statement that she submitted for today's hearing.
All right. You said that you spoke with the individual who allegedly provided fentanyl to Ms. Lauber, and you just testified that he told you she asked specifically for fentanyl. That's not accurate, though. Correct?
He told, from what I'm remembering from watching the video of the other investigators that interviewed him, he told us that Ms. Lauber requested, in his words, blues, which I understand to be fentanyl pills.
Didn't he say she requested Roxy 30s? Or Roxy's?
It's possible. I think blues was also mentioned.
Roxy's are typically Oxycontin, correct?
Yes.
So as you're sitting here today, Detective, can you say with certainty that the pills that Ms. Lauber allegedly gave to Ms. Richins for the pills that were taken by Eric Richins, or what pills that were taken, if any pills were taken, by Eric Richins?
No.
And as you sit here right now, do you have any idea, like actual knowledge, not an idea, let me rephrase that, do you have any knowledge of how fentanyl got into Mr. Richardson's system? Mr. Richards' system, I'm sorry.
No.
I have
Anything further for the detective, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down, sir. Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth, it's now an appropriate time to take a lunch break.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, any objection?
no, Your Honor.
All right. Come back at 1:30. Does that sound workable?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. We will be in recess until 1:30. Please follow the deputy's instructions so we can do this in an orderly way. I wish you all the very best. Thank you. Court's in recess.
Alex, do you want to step here?
Mr. Bloodworth, anything before we continue with the state's case?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor?
No, nothing else right now.
Okay. The state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Christopher Kouri, Mr.
Oh, we have Frankie swearing.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the fees and penalties of perjury?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Sir, could you please tell us your name?
Chris Kouri.
Is that a common spelling of the last name?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Kouri, what, can you briefly tell us your background?
Yes, I'm a 23-year law enforcement veteran. The last 11 years of which was spent with the Salt Lake City Police Department Homicide Squad and the Salt Lake County District Attorney's Office Homicide Team, where I was an investigator there.
And did you retire from law enforcement?
I did at the end of 2022. I retired.
What have you been doing since then?
I started an investigations firm.
And what's the nature of the investigations that you do?
So we do investigations, training, and consulting work. So regular investigations for criminal and civil offenses, training for attorneys and investigators related to various subject matters. And then I also do some consulting work in criminal and civil cases as well.
Do you have any education, training, or experience with forensic digital evidence?
I do.
Can you briefly describe that for the court?
Yeah, so formal training. I have a 40-hour certification from the ZX Trax. It's a 40-hour training course, call detail record analysis and location mapping. I also have a 40-hour formal training, also with ZX Trax, as a subject matter expert. I'm a Cellbrite certified operator and a Cellbrite physical analyzer certified as well.
Judge, may I ask you, Mr. Kouri, to put the mic closer to him?
Thank you. And since you've talked about that, what is Cellbrite?
So Cellbrite is it's device extraction, hardware and software. It extracts data from electronic devices.
Have you been retained by the state in this case?
I have,
In what role?
as an investigative consultant and to analyze digital forensics data.
And have you analyzed and reviewed digital extractions of cell phones in this case?
Yes, I have.
I want to talk to you about a few phone numbers and just to identify phone numbers of different cell numbers or cell phones you have analyzed in this case. Do you recognize the phone number 435-671-1987?
I do.
Whose phone number is or was that?
That was the primary cell phone for the defendant.
You get kind of quiet again. Can you pull that microphone?
It's bend the phone. There you go.
Normally, that's not an issue.
There. Could you just repeat that answer?
Yeah, that's the primary phone number for the defendant.
When you say primary, does that mean that there were other phone numbers that the defendant used?
Yes.
And do you recall what those numbers were?
Yes, there's two other numbers that we're aware of. One ends in 1152, and the other ends in 9592.
And when you say that the 1987 was the primary phone, what leads you to believe that was your primary phone?
In this context, it's the phone that the defendant utilized for her normal, everyday business, communications with most friends, her business, that type of thing.
And the other numbers, let's talk about the 1152. What kind of device was that associated with?
That was associated with her 1987 device, but it was a number being utilized on that device. It was a Google Voice number.
Okay. So, can you just describe what a Google Voice number is and how it can be used on a cell phone?
Sure, it's basically a number that you create through Google Voice services, and you can use it just like a normal cell phone. You can make calls, receive text, that type of thing, and it's utilized through Google Voice app.
Now, the 9592 number, was there a device that was associated with?
Yes.
What was that?
It's referred to in evidence as a blue phone, but it's an iPhone that was obtained by the defendant after her original phone was seized by police in April of 2022.
So was that phone activated roughly at the same time?
Yes.
Now, speaking specifically to the device that the 1987 number was associated with, did you observe a forensic extraction of that phone?
Yes,
And did you analyze that extraction?
I did.
Did you notice any information or data deleted from that phone between January and mid-March of 2022?
Yes.
And can you describe what type of, or types of data have been deleted off that phone?
A lot of data, primarily and most relevant to the investigations in this case, the call logs, texts, web history, and web search.
So when you say that the texts have been deleted, does that mean the entire text threads between different parties?
Yes.
And was it everybody in that time frame, or were there specific people?
Pretty much everybody.
Now, you mentioned that web history had been deleted,
Yes.
and was there a specific date that prior to which that web history had been deleted?
Yeah, so there, on that phone, the web history for that device, that primary device, was basically ended. It picked back up on March 10th of 2022, but prior to that, all of it was gone.
The deletions that you observed on that extraction, can you say how those deletions were made?
No. I would presume it was completed like most deletions are completed on a phone, which is manual deletion. But there's no indication in the software of, any other means of that, whether it was active or remote or anything like that.
Okay. The data's just not there.
It's just not there.
I want to talk to you about a person came up during this investigation by the name of Josh Grossman. Did you associate a phone number with a device belonging to him?
Yes.
Do you recall what that number was?
The last four is 1260.
And a witness by the name of Carmen Laubert, did you identify numbers belonging to devices that were associated with her?
Yes.
And was there a primary number that was associated with her device?
Yes, and I believe the last four of that was 6127.
Same question for a Robert Crozier. Do you recall the number for him?
Yeah, Indian 0540.
And finally, you're almost done with this test. Mr. Richins' phone number. Do you recall his phone number associated with his?
Yeah, last four of 9317 for Mr. Richins.
Thank you.
That passed.
Great. We'll get back to this. I want to talk to you about the defendant's communications with Carmen Lauber. Between the time period, well, let me ask this first. Were you able to determine by other means besides the defendant's phone whether there were communications between those two?
Yes.
And specifically for the time period of roughly January 1st, 2022 and March 15th, 2022?
Yes.
And where were you able to see evidence of those communications?
Through the call detail records.
Who's called detail record?
I primarily focused on the defendants, but also Ms. Loggers as well.
And what does a call detail record tell you?
A call detail record is exactly what it sounds like. It's a detail of calls recorded through a carrier. It will tell us, tell an investigator or anybody looking at the record when a call or text was made or received, the duration of that call, and potentially location information related to that account as well, or that device as well.
And who stores that information?
The carrier.
So that's separate from the data that's extracted from the phone, correct?
Correct.
So if data were deleted off of the phone, would that still be available through the carrier?
The communication, the timestamps and the direction of the communications would, yes.
What about location data?
Yes, potentially.
What you say potentially? What would cause it not to be available?
Time, quite frankly, is usually the inhibitor there. But most carriers retain call detail records for a year to 2 years with location history. It could also be that a carrier does not report location data for, say for instance, text messaging. Some carriers do, some carriers don't.
I see. Specifically, the carrier for the defendant's phone, was location data available for the call detail records that you analyzed?
At the time the records were sought, no.
And do you know why that was?
Time. Yeah, Verizon retains location information within call detail records for 1 year.
I would like to turn your attention, if I can grab a binder of the exhibits that have been pre-admitted here, to exhibit 33. Have you seen that exhibit 33 before?
I have.
And what is that?
This is a Facebook Messenger record between Miss Lauber and an individual named Nicole Cummings.
Do you know who Nicole Cummings is relative to this investigation?
I do.
Who is that?
My understanding is a friend of Carmen Lauber, in which the friend is the one in which Carmen received a second phone number for Mr. Crozier.
I see. Now, turning over to 34, State's Exhibit 34, do you recognize that document?
I do. 34? Yes.
Yes. And what is that?
This is a, it's like a phone extraction record.
And the bottom input in that record, is there any number there that is relevant to this investigation?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a message, or this is a contact in a device for a number identified as Mr. Crozier's number, the ending in 0540.
And is the name of that contact Robbie-Nick?
Yes.
And is that the same Nicole that we spoke of a moment ago?
Yes.
Now, I don't necessarily need you to go through those, but I'm referring now to State's Exhibit 35. In Ms. Lauber's call detailed records for her device, do you see communications between her and Crozier on February 10th of 2022?
Yes.
And do you recall approximately when those began?
It was in the evening. I don't recall the exact time on the 10th.
Do you see calls between them on February 11th as well?
Yes.
Also on February 11th, through Ms. Lauber's call details records and the defendant's, did you observe any text messages between them on that day?
Yes.
Do you recall how many?
About 30, I believe.
And were there any text messages the next day, February 12th of 2022, between Ms. Lauber and the defendant?
Yes.
And do you recall when those occurred?
I want to say midday, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. But those would be contained in State's Exhibit 35, that call detail record?
Yes.
And speaking of these, the call detailed records, are these in Mountain Daylight Time or Mountain Standard Time?
These are UTC time.
Okay. And UTC is what time?
It's Greenwich Mean Time. It's basically 0. It's a method for everybody to basically stay on the same time zone, as odd as that sounds. Basically, you just add or subtract your time zone from UTC to get local time.
So if these are in February of 2022, what subtraction would have to be made to find the local time?
7 hours. So during daylight savings, when we fall back in November-ish, we go to -7, and then we spring forward in March usually, where we're -6.
Okay. Thank you. Moving ahead to the February 14th, 2022 call detail records. Did you observe any, sorry, moving away from that. Did you observe any text exchange between the defendant and Ms. Lauber on that day?
On February 14th?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall approximately how many?
I don't, not off the top of my head. It's several.
More than a dozen?
Yes, I want to say 30 again. Seems right.
I want to turn your attention now to State's Exhibit 43. Well, and before we go on to there, I just want to clarify, when you see this call detail record, you're not seeing the content in any of those messages, correct?
Correct. Only that the message was completed, sent and received.
Okay. But when you do a forensic extraction of a device, if those, the content of those texts are still on the phone, can you see the content at that time?
Yes.
On February 26th of 2022, do you see communications between Ms. Lauber and the defendant on that day?
Yes.
Do you recall when they started communicating?
It was in the evening. I want to, if I recall, around 5 p.m., 4 or 5 p.m. on the 26th.
And do you recall when they stopped?
about 10:30 that night.
From those call detail records, specifically from Ms. Laubers, were you able to see where she traveled that day?
Yes,
And was she at or near a Maverick and Draper that day?
she was.
And how are you able to tell that from the call detail record?
So within that call detail record, AT&T is Ms. Lauber's provider. AT&T does provide location data for SMS messaging. So we're able to determine what tower is being utilized when Ms. Lauber's device made or received text messages as well as calls. So we put it into a mapping software and are able to determine which tower was servicing the device during any given point in time.
So it's the location of the tower that phone is connected with, right?
Yes.
And down in the Salt Lake Valley near Draper, are you able to see multiple towers that, I mean, fair to say there's more than one tower in the Salt Lake Valley?
Yes, typically speaking, the more dense the population and the urban area, the more dense the cell phone arrays are.
Does that make it more accurate to pinpoint where that phone is?
Typically, yes.
And is the contrary to that true, the less populated an area is, the less cell towers there are?
Typically, yes.
Speaking specifically about Midway, are there less cell towers in Midway, Utah than there are at Intermediate Draper, Utah?
Yes, significantly.
Now, when Ms. Lauber's phone appears on those towers near Draper Maverick, was she there on any other dates besides that 26th?
Yes.
What dates were those?
February 11th, 2022, and March 9th, 2022.
Did you observe her phone being tracked in that area on any other time in the records you were?
No.
Were you able to track her movements from Summit County to Draper and back?
Yes.
And is that, again, just through the tracking the towers that she's pinging off of?
Yes, the tower utilization, yes.
Okay. And we talked a little bit about Midway. Does the precise location become more difficult when she's in a more rural area?
In this case, yes.
Okay. And why is that?
You have less towers serving a larger area, so with a larger estimated range or area in which the device can be in, the harder it is to pinpoint more precise location.
I want to turn your attention now to Exhibit 31. If you could flip back there. Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 31?
I do.
And what is that?
Is a depiction of messaging on a device from January 18th and January 20th of 2022.
And the top of that, the first page there, says Kouri. Do you recall whose device these images are taken from?
I believe they're from Ms. Lauber's.
Can you take one more look at those?
I will, yes.
Could those be from a phone belonging to a Hayden Jeffs?
I mean, yeah, I need to look at the contents.
Oh,
of
sure,
the
sure.
text, just to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Yes, I misspoke. These are devices from Mr. Jeff's phone. Or, I'm sorry, messages from Mr. Jeff's phone.
And they start on January 18th and they go to January 22nd.
That's correct, yes.
I ask you to flip to State's Exhibit 36. Do you recognize the record depicted there?
I do.
Is that for the number ending 1987, the device belonging to the defendant?
It is, yes.
Was there a call made at 8:53 a.m. on February 14th?
Yes.
And do you know who that call was made to?
I do.
Who's that?
Mirror Lake Diner.
And moving to State's Exhibit 38. Are these call detailed records for a number ending 9317?
Yes.
And did that belong to Eric Richins?
Yes.
Was there a phone call between Mr. Richins and the defendant at about 11:09 a.m. that morning?
Yes.
And is there a record of a photo being sent or some sort of multimedia message at 11:27 that morning?
Yes, and that was obtained via Mr. Richins' device.
Okay, so that's not here in the call detailed record. That's it.
It's his physical device. Yes.
Were you able to see what that image was?
No.
Was that deleted from his phone?
It appeared to be yes.
And were you able to see that on the extraction of the defendant's phone?
No.
Why is that?
All of that was presumably deleted from the defendant's phone as well.
Did the activity on Mr. Richard's phone on the 14th of February 2022, did that cease between 11:39 a.m. and 1:32 p.m.?
Yes.
Was he active on that phone before and after that time period?
Yes, he was.
And can you describe the volume of his activity?
It would be what I would describe as normal phone traffic for that device. Calls and texts between friends, business-related things of that nature, yes.
Now, I'm not certain it's made it into the binder. I've handed you what's been marked as and admitted as State's Exhibit 7A. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that image of?
This is a screenshot obtained from a device of the defendant's phone, her navigation app within her device.
And is that from February 14th of 2022?
It is.
So this has not been deleted, correct?
From the defendant's phone, it was not in the defendant's phone, it was in Mr. Grossman's phone.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Did that originate from the defendant's phone?
Yes,
Was that sent to Mr. Grossman?
it was.
And was that sent at approximately 9:48 a.m. on February 14th?
Yes.
What, can you just give a little more description about what that navigation shows?
Sure, it's a typical screenshot of a normal navigation application. There is a location on Rockcliffe Road. The device is it's depicted that the device is traveling northbound, and it gives an arrival time, an estimated time of arrival, and a mileage for that trip that it's depicting.
And on Mr. Grossman's phone, were you able to read any text messages surrounding this time frame?
Yes.
And did the defendant indicate why she was sending this to him?
Yes.
Why is that?
She said she was on her way to see him. He asked if it was about an hour, if she was about an hour away, and she said yes and sent him this screenshot to verify her ETA.
Speaking to the defendant's communications with Mr. Grossman, do you recall approximately when those began?
For the 1152 number, which is the first one I'm aware of, it began, I have a trail, basically a digital trail on that phone beginning in November of 2021.
And what was the volume of text calls, anything of that nature, up until March of 2022?
The volume varied depending on the day, but it was pretty much daily communication between the two during that time frame.
And are these phone calls and text messages?
Mostly text, but yes, some phone calls.
And have a number of those texts been recovered from Mr. Grossman's phone?
Yes.
And if I could just have you just thumb through exhibits 29 and 30. Are those excerpts from the extraction of Mr. Grossman's phone?
Yes.
And are they approximately December and January of 2021, 2022?
Yes.
And if I could have you thumb through 39 through 42. Are those also excerpts from the extraction of Mr. Grossman's phone?
Yes.
And are those roughly the time frame of February and March of 2022?
Yes.
And finally, 3 exhibits, 44, 45, 46. You can look at those. Similar question, also excerpts from Mr. Grossman's phone.
Yes.
And are those specifically March 2nd and March 3rd of 2022?
Yes.
And finally, exhibits 50 and 51, if you could look at those.
Okay.
Also excerpts from that extraction.
Yes.
And a little bit later in time, March 20th and April 9th.
Correct. Yes.
So it's fair to say around the time that Mr. Richins passed away, there were ongoing messages between the defendant and Mr. Grossman.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you now about the extraction from the defendant's phone relative to the morning of March 4th, 2022. We discussed this at the detention hearing, correct?
Yes, we did.
And at that time, you were relatively new to this case.
I was, yes.
Have you had a chance to analyze further the data on the defendant's phone regarding that date?
Yes.
I asked you at that time about movement on the phone at approximately 3:08 a.m. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Are you able to say at this time whether that was the phone itself moving or a connected device moving?
It appears to be a connected device.
And when you say a connected device, what does that mean?
In this case, I believe it to be a smartwatch. It's a device connected to the, like, for instance, the defendant's cell phone that is tracking movement data.
When was the defendant's phone first unlocked that morning?
Right before 3:07 a.m.
And this movement activity, when did that take place?
3:08.
Do you recall how far the connected device moved?
I believe it was about 250 feet.
And was there a series of unlocks on that phone in the next 15 minutes?
Yes.
Was there additional movement around 3:21?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how much?
I believe it was around 140 feet, 143 feet.
Do you see a 911 call on that device?
Yes.
What time did that happen?
Just after 3:21 a.m.
Do you recall if that approximately 140 feet movement was made before or after the 911 call? So in about that 15-minute time frame, the connected device moved about 370 feet.
Correct.
Verify your set one. Thank you, Mr. Quadridemus. Those are all the questions I have for you this time.
Thanks.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Afternoon.
Afternoon, how are you?
Doing great. How are you?
Good.
Good. All right. Let's talk about, go to State's Exhibit 45, please. Let me know when you're there.
Okay, I'm there.
Mr. Hill had you review Exhibits 44, 45, and 46. You recall that?
I do.
And he asked you whether that indicated there was communication between Ms. Richins as well as Mr. Grossman. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, so let's go to 44. And on 44, how is one of the senders or the parties identified as?
On 44,
Yes.
we have Mr. Grossman.
Perfect.
Yes.
And then let's go to 45. And how is one of the parties identified as?
My princess.
And then above that, where it says under party, first number 1, it says from, and then it has owner.
Yes, 9317 is Mr. Richins' number.
So that is not Mr. Grossman?
Correct.
Okay. So just to clarify, going back to Mr. Hill's questions, your testimony that what was included in Exhibit 45 was Mr. Grossman, that was incorrect.
Yes, I was mistaken.
Okay. You indicated that you were asked about the usage on the phone about whether it was, you indicated it was normal tracking for that device. Do you recall that? And Mr. Richins' phone, just now.
About normal usage. Sorry, yes.
Phone calls,
Yes.
text messages.
Yes.
Interestingly, you said normal tracking for that device. I suspect you mean for that person.
They can be one and the same. Yes.
The device doesn't do anything by itself.
Right. It has to be manipulated.
Correct.
Activated. Yes.
So when you say normal tracking for that device,
Yes.
you mean normal usage by the person who that device belonged to.
Typically, yes.
Okay. You have no way of knowing really what the normal usage is, unless you review everything, correct?
To the number, no.
Correct.
Yeah.
Perfect. You indicated that when responding to deletions on Ms. Richins' phone, you indicated that it was from everybody.
Yes.
Okay.
Pretty much. Yes.
Was there a time frame for that?
Yes.
And what was that?
January through March. About March 10th or so.
And that was for which phone?
That was for the 1987 number.
Perfect. Testified about attending a Cellbrite certified operator course.
Yes.
When was that?
2017.
Have you been recertified since then?
I have not.
A Cellbrite physical analyzer course as well?
Yes.
And when was that?
The same time, 2017.
Then a 40-hour cell phone analysis and mapping course.
Yes.
That one was not through Cellbrite, that was through Zetex and Trax. Is that what it was?
ZX is the company.
Correct.
Trax is the program. Yes.
Thank you. And so separate from Cellbrite, but when was that?
The initial was, I believe, in 2013, and the subject matter expert class was in 2017.
And have you been recertified in that?
No.
The Trax technology gathered from the testimony, that's related to mapping?
Yes.
Okay. And is that what you used here?
Yes.
Now, you were retained by the Summit County Attorney's Office, is that correct?
Correct.
Were you hired by anybody else?
No.
And it was specifically to evaluate the digital evidence in this case,
Yes.
to analyze it,
Yes.
specifically phone extractions
Yes.
of Eric Richins,
Correct.
of Kouri Richins,
Yes.
of Carmen Lawberg,
Yes.
others.
Yes.
Now, to be clear, you didn't perform the extractions.
Correct.
Who performed queries on any of her phones?
I believe the RCFL did those.
Who at RCFL?
I don't know that.
Who did the extraction on Eric's phone?
I don't know.
Who did the extraction on Carmen's phone?
I don't know.
What about the other phones?
I don't know. The examiner's name is in each report, but I don't know them offhand.
So you didn't perform the extractions. You weren't present when they were done.
Correct.
In fact, I think, if my timeline's correct, you were hired after the extractions were done.
Yes, for most of them, yeah.
So you don't have the benefit of having observed the extraction examiner do the extraction
Correct.
or validate the results of the extraction.
Through the examiner, no.
And you don't have the privilege of observing the extraction examiner perform manual decoding methods
Correct.
or manual decoding methods in the hexadecimal code.
Correct.
You you didn't confirm whether the extraction examiner validated their extraction tools.
No.
Let's talk about the cell-bride extraction process.
Okay.
We're going to go from the device to the data.
Okay.
Okay? That, I like to be so visual. So, this is a target device.
Correct.
Let's assume this is a target device.
Okay.
Let's hope it's not a target device for my sake.
Right.
This is a target device. We're going to say that this right here is UFED. Okay? So that is the Universal Forensic Extraction Device, correct?
Yes.
That's what it stands for?
Yes, you better, yeah.
Your Honor, I'm going to make an objection at this point as to relevance. I don't know if this is necessary at this point in time to a probable cost standard.
Not sure where we're headed, so I'm going to give Mr. Ramos a little latitude here until I know where we're headed.
Thank you.
This is UFED. Okay? You're going to plug this into this, and then what it's going to do is it's going to spit out something.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
I mean, it's not the technical term, but. So, once we have that, it's in a raw format.
Correct.
Now, you have been given, when you were brought on, the output, what it spit out,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Okay. So your testimony, both at the detention hearing and here, is based on this, on the spit out version.
Correct.
Okay. You have not received the raw data.
There is raw data available, but
Correct.
no.
Correct.
Yes.
There is raw data available. You have not received it.
Correct.
You have not analyzed it.
Correct.
You have not cross-referenced it with what you were given.
Correct.
Now, let me pause. When you state that information was deleted, it doesn't tell you in what you've been given how that happened,
Correct.
why that happened,
Correct.
where it happened.
Also correct.
The raw data could potentially hold that.
Potentially.
Now, you use Celebrite, these extraction tools, you rely on them to provide you this information so that you could then assist, in this case the Summit County Attorney's Office, with their case, correct?
Correct.
With meeting probable cause standards.
Correct.
In terms of location of individuals,
Yes.
such as Ms. Locke.
Yes.
Now, to be clear, I only have what you've been given as well. So I'm relying on the information that has been spit out, but not on the raw data, just so we're clear. I want to talk to you about your validation process.
Okay.
Validation of data.
Okay.
As, or having been rather, certified, you know the importance of being able to validate the data that you review.
Yes.
One of those methods is possibly to use it with the, or compare it to the raw data. That's one way.
Yes.
Another way is perhaps to use the cell data location from call detail records
Yes.
in terms of location.
Yes.
Now, when you used the software, that was a form of validating, sorry, I apologize, what did you call it? The TRAX technology, that TRAX software?
Yes.
That's a way of validating whether the information that you received is accurate.
Correct.
You talked about the cell towers.
Yes.
Now this program, we're going back to spitting, does it spit out something for you?
It does.
Okay. Now, have you provided that to the Summit County Attorney's Office?
Yes. You're talking about the mapping?
Mapping?
Yes.
Okay. And are those towers that you referenced earlier, are they sectorized or omnidirectional?
They're sector.
Okay. When you used that program, were you aware at that point that that software had been found to be unreliable in courts?
I'm not aware of that.
You've not been aware of that. But you haven't been certified since 2017.
I've been certified since 2017, but I have not. There was no need for research on that course. It's a learning, and it's a continuing education.
What software version did you use for the TRAX software?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
When you did it, was it the most up to date?
Yes, as far as I know.
Had you updated it since 2017?
Yes, it's web-based, so it's updated constantly. So you can rely on the fact that if you're updating, say today, that it would be the most up-to-date software package.
And what about Celebrite itself, your Celebrite certification process?
Yes.
There are no requirements
Correct.
to recertify,
Correct.
but they do recommend that you recertify
They do.
every 2 years. They do. But you've not done that.
Correct.
Along those same lines, there is no state of Utah, say, standard for mobile forensic extractions.
Not that I'm aware of.
There's no national one.
No.
There's no international one. It's pretty much whatever Celebrite says.
Well, they're one company.
Correct. So, to my point.
Yeah.
Did you review, or were you given, rather, any mobile data sets from the individuals who performed the extractions on all these phones? Like sample data sets, controlled data sets?
No. No.
Are you familiar with external enrichment?
I'm not.
Or you had indicated, rather, you were asked about the activity sensor of an Apple Watch.
Yes.
How did you determine between the detention hearing and now that it was in fact an Apple Watch?
Review of the download stated Celebrite extraction that it was a connected device.
Now, are you qualified in mobility metrics?
No.
Do you know what mobility metrics are?
No.
You testified about the distance that was covered on the morning of March 4th by a connected device.
Yes.
And you were very specific on the number. Okay?
Yes, more or less.
But you don't know how that number was calculated.
I don't know the internal calculation process of the devices, no.
You just read it.
Yes.
You read what was spit out.
Correct.
You You don't have the data, the raw data, correct?
Correct.
So everything you've testified to is basically because you've read it.
Well, yes, and the extractions from the devices, but yes.
Correct. Just what was given to you.
Yes.
Were there items that were deleted from Mr. Richins' phone
From Mr. Richins' phone?
or Eric's?
Not that I'm aware of.
But it could be.
Could be.
Have you ever worked with Mr. Todd Gabler
With? No.
alongside
Alongside and, quite frankly, against.
on this case?
No. Well, with, yes, on this case.
With on
yes.
this case. And has he provided information to you?
Yes.
Has any of that information been used in your testimony today?
No.
I believe that's it, Judge. If I may just have a quick second.
Take them all. Counsel. Ms. Nestor, just push the button.
Thank you. Sorry. Yeah.
Just a couple more, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Has the Richins family ever hired you?
No.
Have they ever paid you?
No.
I did sound quieter.
It did sound quiet.
Let us just check for a second, folks.
Sounded like my conscience was speaking.
In fact, my mic is muted. Brittany, you broke everything. Yeah, my mic is dead.
I can hear it.
Why would we need something that's going overhead? I think, well, the things going overhead are muted, so.
A lot of things go over my head.
There we go.
Oh, there we are.
Just saying.
Last question. Did you want me to repeat that?
Have they ever paid you?
Yeah.
Last question.
Perfect. What was provided to you by Todd Gabler?
Off the top of my head, mostly tolls.
Tolls?
Yeah. Yeah. Call tolls, toll records from the Verizon toll records.
No further questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Hill, any redirect?
Just briefly.
Okay.
Mr. Ramos asked you about any deletions that you observed from Eric Richins' phone. And you had previously testified that a picture that he sent on the 14th was deleted. Is that
Oh,
right?
yes, that's correct, yeah.
How could you tell that that was deleted?
Well, it's not present any longer. It shows a file path that it used to exist, but the image itself is not there.
And so to follow that, when he asked you if there's anything else that's deleted, did you see anything similar to that picture or any remnants on that phone or relics that showed deletion the same way that photo did?
Not that I can recall.
Thank you, that's the only question I have.
Mr. Ramos, anything on that?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Can we let this gentleman step down? Mr. Governor, yes. You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, can I suggest, please, a brief recess? Mr. Burmister's going to set up the computer.
Okay,
It's been about an hour.
no problem. Why don't we take a 5-minute recess? Who's testifying after the recess?
Your Honor, Ms. Carrington, Brooke Carrington.
Okay, she's present.
She is.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Mr. Burmister, just checking in. Ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go back on the record. Mr. Burmister, the state's next witness.
The state's next witness, Your Honor, is Brooke Carrington.
Ms. Carrington, let's get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
Deputy, can you give Ms. Carrington a glass of water? Thank you. Mr. Burmister, take it away.
And to increase the likelihood of a disaster, is that the witness notebook? Because we're putting water next to a notebook.
That is the witness.
Okay. That's what I would do. Now, Ms. Carrington's a lot better than me.
Thank you very much.
Can you please state your full name and then spell your last name for the record?
Brooke Carrington, Karrington.
And are you employed?
Yes,
How?
I am a forensic accountant.
Do you have, work for a firm or have a firm?
I have a firm, KF Squared,
And how long have you practiced in this field?
over 30 years.
Now, did you testify as an expert in this case at the detention hearing in June of last year?
Yes, I did.
What sort of documents did you review, if any, in preparation for today's testimony?
I reviewed financial documents that include bank account statements, real property documents that are recorded like trust deeds, warranty deeds, etc. I've also reviewed loan documents, which includes promissory notes, the applications, the documents that memorialize the terms of the loans. I've reviewed insurance documents, which are the applications and the policy documents. There's also a large body of email communication associated with different loan applications and insurance applications.
Okay, so, to be clear, that would be things like maybe someone submits an application and then there's some follow-up communication between a lender and a borrower?
That's correct.
What bank accounts did you look at? I'm sorry. What banks or credit unions, other things, did you look at?
Primarily, there are a number of them, but primarily America First Credit Union, PenFed Credit Union, Navy Federal Credit Union, UCCU, which I believe is Utah Community Credit Union.
Okay, so let's look at the bank accounts from AFCU, from America First. Were there a number of those accounts associated with the defendant and her family?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about, were there some associated with their children?
Yes.
Okay. Leaving those to the side, see, that's why I don't have water next to me. Let's look at the adults. What accounts, and let's refer to them to the last 4 digits of those accounts. What ones did you look at?
Primarily, the K. Richins Realty account, which is 5677.
Are you sure it's 5677?
6577, sorry about that. They're joint, Eric and Mr. Richins and Ms. Richins had a joint account 2204. Ms. Richins had a personal account which is 5244. And then the C&E Masonry account which is 7664.
This 6577, the K. Richins Realty, did Eric Richins have access to that account that you could see?
Not that I'm aware of. He was not a signer, and I don't see any transactions that indicate that he would have accessed that.
Can you generally conceptualize how 2204, that joint account, was used?
That appeared to be the account where typical household expenses were paid. The mortgage on the house, the credit card payments, the kids' expenses, insurance payments, various things associated with the family.
Purchases at the grocery store?
Things like that, yes.
Are you, through this work you've done for the county, and let me ask this question, were you originally hired by the estate or someone else before being hired by the county?
Yes, it was.
Who hired you?
I was brought into the case to work on behalf of the estate of Eric Richins. And so I worked on that case, but then when I was hired by Summit County, I ceased my engagement with her.
So in part of your work, did you ever become familiar with a premarital agreement?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to refer your attention to docket number 106.
Okay.
Did you, in your work, did you examine this document?
Yes, I did.
And what is it?
This is the premarital agreement between Mr. Richins and Ms. Richins.
And I'd like to further direct your attention to section 2 of that document.
Okay.
In section 2, is there something relevant to today's inquiry?
Yes, this section states that the business C&E Masonry would retain its character as separate property belonging to the husband.
Even if funds were commingled,
That's correct.
personal and professional? But was there an exception to that?
Yes, if the husband should die prior to the wife, then his interest would transfer to her.
So what was K. Richins Realty?
That is Ms. Richins' business, primarily in the real estate business.
Did she have other businesses that you're aware of?
Yes, she did.
Do you know when that business was formed?
Yes,
When?
in April of 2019.
I'd like you to take a look at State's Exhibit 19, please. What is that?
This is the Certificate of Organization of K. Richins Realty, LLC.
Does it indicate when the company was formed?
It does on yes, it does.
What is the date?
April 26, 2019.
And does it also give an address for this business?
Yes, it does.
And what is that address?
282 Willow Court in Camas, Utah.
Okay, is that in Summit County? Did you investigate on
It is in Summit County, yes.
Just generally speaking, how does this type of business work that Ms. Richins was on?
She appears to me that she was a licensed real estate agent, so she did represent buyers and sellers, but primarily she was involved in fixing and flipping homes.
So she would buy it, fix it, then sell it? Is that what we're getting at?
That's correct, yes.
This began then in 2019.
That's right.
Were there other purchases or transactions that predate 2019?
Yes,
And where did those take place?
those were in South Carolina.
So the market in 2019, do you have any idea of what the market was like, real estate market was like in 2019?
Yes, it was robust.
Meaning properties could come up for sale and be gone within a matter of days?
I think that's a fair statement, yes.
And what were the interest rates like? Conventional loan interest rates then versus say today?
Fairly low. They were still very, very low at that time.
Rough neighborhood average?
Well, depending on your loan, but 2 to 4 or 5%.
Safe to say that's no different today.
Safe to say, yes.
So in that business, it would seem to me that you would need to be able to act quickly to obtain properties before they're suddenly off the market.
I think that's a fair statement, yes.
So how do the practitioners of this type of business work? It would seem you'd need some capital somehow.
That's correct.
And what are the possible sources for capital?
A business in that field could have its own capital. It could borrow from financial institutions. They could borrow from friends or whatever, hard money lenders,
Okay.
or have investors.
Okay. So what do you mean by hard money lenders?
Hard money lenders are, well, soft money lenders would be like traditional financial institutions where it's a conventional loan, there's a conventional loan application process, due diligence by that financial institution, or and they're typically regulated by state and federal agencies. And then hard money loans are called that colloquially because they have more strict terms, they're harder terms, usually a higher interest rate, very definite zero tolerance default clause usually.
Okay, so I guess the advantage of a conventional loan would be lower interest rate. The disadvantage would be response time because of the due diligence required.
So that would be, yes,
The others are more responsive in time, but have these more draconian clauses.
yes.
Prior to the April 26, 2019 date, was there something else that you found that was important for our inquiry today?
Yes.
What was that?
The home equity line of credit that was taken out on the home,
On the family home, the marital home.
the home on Willow Court, where the family lived. Yes.
Do you know whose name that, first of all, was there a mortgage on that home?
Yes.
Do you know whose name was on that mortgage?
The home was owned by Eric Richins, and the home equity loan that was taken out was also in the name of Eric Richins.
Could you give us a very brief description of what a home equity loan is?
It's a line of credit typically that is established. There's a loan application process. There's a line of credit that's established that someone could tap into their equity that they already own in the home. So
So you could make home improvements or whatever you wanted to do, I suppose.
a person could tap into it for any number of reasons.
In this case, there was home equity line of credit for how much?
$250,000.
And when was that?
That was in March 2019.
And so does this in effect, is it secured by the home itself?
It is, yes.
So this is essentially the second mortgage.
Your Honor, I know this isn't expert, but we're doing a lot of meetings, so I would just object and ask if we could maybe let the expert be the expert here and object.
I think it's just laying foundation and some overrules, but if we can keep it moving, Mr. Burns.
Do you know if this was, there was any in order to obtain this, I guess, is where we need to look this. In order to obtain this loan, home equity line of credit, on a home owned by Eric Richins, how does that happen?
There's a loan application process, and in this instance, it was signed by Ms. Richins, referencing a power of attorney.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention to States Exhibit 123, States Exhibit 124. Take 123 first.
Are you talking about the dockets?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Docket number 123 and 220.
Okay, yes, I got those.
Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
Is there a difference on the date it's signed by the reported author of it, I guess?
Yes.
What's the difference in the date?
Docket 123 is signed and dated 5/8/13, and docket 124 is signed, dated 5/8/18.
During your investigation and examination, are you aware of whether those docket number 123 and 124 came under suspicion?
They were.
I'd like to direct your attention to States Exhibit, or docket number 127.
I don't have a 127. I do not have a 127. Wait, never mind. It's just in different order.
Yes,
Sorry.
it is out of order. That is
That's okay.
totally my fault.
Okay,
You know what that is?
I do.
What is it?
This is the expert report by Matt Throckmorton.
And those he examined 3 question documents, is that right?
That's right.
And 123 and 124, are they any of those
Yes.
question documents?
Those are 2 of the 3.
I'd like you to take a look at now. Lost control. It's always right here. We do have one here. I think we have marked them as States Exhibit 70 for the court. I'm going to Mr. Witness?
Of course.
I'm not sure she has State's Exhibit 7.
Go ahead.
Can you please just describe or the title of that document for the record, number 70?
This is the Willow Court Loan Advances and Payments.
Okay. When is the first withdrawal on that home equity line of credit?
It's March 26, 2019, for $60,000.
When is the next withdrawal?
August 5th, 2019.
Could you describe the next couple of withdrawals on that?
Following that $2,100 in August, there are a series of withdrawals for the next few months.
Okay. In August, is there more than one or just the one?
There are several.
Okay. Does that strike you as important for today's
Yes.
purposes? Would you explain to the board what you draw from that?
Beginning in August of 2019, this is around this time is the first property that Ms. Richins purchased after obtaining her business license. It's a home in Heber City. As far as I know, that was her first home in Utah that she flipped.
We have State's Exhibit 71.
Mr. Brewster, are you offering state 70?
Yes, yes, I will be offering State 70 and 71 as summary charts.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, any objection?
No, sir.
Okay. 70 and 71 are admitted.
Could you read for the record the title of 71?
Encumbrance and Real Property Chronology Trust Deed Summary.
So what, does that help you state for the record what that first transaction was and where?
Yes. It's the 550 house. The first warranty deed involving K. Richins Realty was August 1st of 2019.
Now, I'd like to portray that in another way. Did you prepare a timeline bar chart?
Yes.
Does it depict much the same information, just in a different way?
Different format, yes.
Would that be helpful in conveying your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. State would offer State's Exhibit 69, and we're just going to go for the first chart, which is the title.
Ms. Nestor, any objection?
No, sir.
State's Exhibit 69 is admitted.
That's the whole PowerPoint? I'm sorry.
It is, but I've only laid foundation for the very first
Got it.
one. Is that the bar chart you were just referring to?
Yes.
And so, can you just explain to the judge how this chart works?
Sure. I think you've seen this before. The colors don't mean anything. They're just to distinguish one line from another. I've just got the years along the top and the months, and then going down the different properties just as some sort of an illustration to depict when properties were held at any particular time.
And then within each bar is the address of the property purchase?
Right, and so if you wanted to know what was held in June of 2021, you could draw a vertical line to see which properties were owned at that time.
Okay, so any more purchases in 2019 by K. Richins Realty?
Not that I know of. There could be others, but this is what I have been able to compile.
How about in 2020?
2020, yes, there were others.
Okay, how many purchases by K. Richins Realty of property in 2020?
I think there were just the 5.
Is there one that stands out to you?
In 2020,
Yes.
Not particular, well, the Franson Lane one toward the end of 2020, in October of 2020.
I
The
see.
Franson Lane property in Oakland.
I see. Let's drill down into the Franson Lane. You said, when was that?
It was acquired in October of 2020.
Is it different from the previous 5, I guess, counting 29?
Yes.
In what ways was it different?
It was a more robust project, more ambitious project in amount. You know, it was. I think she acquired it for 1.3 million, and the others had been somewhere in the neighborhood of like $300,000 or $400,000 or $500,000.
Did she require money, outside money
Yes.
to make this investment?
Yes.
What sort of investors?
They were hard money lenders.
Do you know who they were?
Yes.
Who are they?
Sierra West Capital was the primary lender, which is this, as is the case on several of her properties. And then there were other investors who contributed the funds basically for the rehab.
Was there something else different in this application that you garnered from all the financial records?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
That's the way I roll. Okay. Was there something else that you found in reviewing all of the documents, not just the local documents, that distinguished this purchase as opposed to the ones that had gone before it? Involving, all right, how about this? Do you know if C&E was involved in this project?
C&E was involved in this project.
Okay. And what did you discover about C&E's involvement?
After the acquisition of the Oakley property, the Franson Lane property, C&E, there were several checks from C&E that were deposited to the K. Richins Realty account. And they specifically have a memo on them that tie them to this property. And so over the next, between October and when this property was sold in March of 21, there are a series of checks. I think there are 6 or 8 checks that are about $133,000 in there.
Was this property ever sold?
Yes, it was,
When?
in March of 2021.
Okay. What happened to the proceeds from that sale?
This was a property where the net proceeds were about $466,000, which came into the K. Richins Realty account, that 6577 account. And then from that, $217,000 was paid directly to C&E. And then there were some other payments, transfers out from the account that were associated with this property as well, and left her with about, around $200,000 in net proceeds.
In your examining of all the evidence in this case, were there other things that you looked at to inform your examination that took place in October of 2020?
There were other things in October of 2020, yes.
Did you take a look at State's Exhibit 22? Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
Could you explain what it is?
This is an intake form from a divorce attorney describing that Eric Richins was wanting to consult with his attorney on a potential divorce, and it's dated October 8th of 2020.
In the wake of that, are you aware of any other instruments that were created out of that?
Yes, there are the notes that the attorney appeared to have handwritten during the course of that first meeting.
Were there financial arrangements made after that meeting that you're aware of?
Yes, the notes indicate that there was some new information by Mr. Richins that there was the HELOC had been taken out on the home, that as if this was new, and then from this he set up the Eric Richins Living Trust and also a will.
Was there something dramatically different about the trust situation as before?
Ms. Richins was not the beneficiary of his estate. It was to be for his children, and the trustee was going to be his sister, Katie.
So I'd like to go back to 7. This should be the HELOC loan balance for Will. By August of 2020, what was the balance?
August of 2020, $246,931.
Is there a significant, well, up until that point, how, was there money being paid on that debt?
Yes, they were the interest-only payments. The minimum payments were about $900, $1,000, something like that, that were made every month.
Did something different happen in October of 2020?
Yes.
What happened?
There's really the first significant payment, and it's $50,000 on October 12th.
Do you know what the source of that fund was?
Yes, Ms. Richins had sold the Cleveland Avenue house in Salt Lake, and from that she received net proceeds of about $63,000. There was a transfer, and then this $50,000 was sourced from that.
On October 12th.
Yes.
Bringing the balance to approximately what?
$196,000.
Do you know whether in October she was in a financial position to just pay that $196,000 off?
She was not.
Let's go into 2021. I guess we've still got the timeline up. Direct your attention to timeline. Could you describe for the record a summary of what purchases, et cetera, took place in 2021?
Yes. So she acquired a property in Heber City before she got the proceeds from Branson Lane. And then after that, she acquired a number of properties throughout the summer especially, and then ending the year acquiring 3 on the same day in November. And I think there may be another property that she was working on that I don't have on here, but all in all she had about 15 properties in 2021.
So, did she go to the same lenders for all of these 15 properties?
No, there is some consistency in the lenders, but she did diversify a little bit.
Can you tell the court some of the lenders that you found she used?
So she primarily used the Sierra West, and that's pretty consistent through here. And those investors who would have been taking second, third, or fourth position were pretty consistent as well.
Those are like cocker hands?
Cockerhands, Ellis, Soto, Lieb, there's a number of them. And then she also went to a company called Ironbridge, a company called Boomerang. She did 4 projects with Boomerang.
So let's take, first of all, when did she go to Ironbridge and when to Boomerang?
Those were in the summer of 2021.
And Ironbridge, how would you describe what Ironbridge is or does?
They appear to be a hard money lender. The terms are somewhat more flexible than typical hard money lenders, but the interest rates the interest rate on that loan, I believe, is 13%. Was 13%.
And in 2021, is that high?
That would be high, yeah.
So, how did the application process go between the defendant and Ironbridge?
There is an original application that is submitted. It appears to be online. I don't know that for sure, but it appears to be online. And then there was a series of emails back and forth where the person analyzing the loan or underwriting the loan is asking her to submit some additional documentation.
Okay. Can you take a look at State's Exhibit 58, please?
5-8.
Yes, 5-8, State's Exhibit. Is that what you were talking about? Some email going back and forth between Ironbridge and the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Is there something about a bank statement in there?
Yes. It asks for personal bank statements, the most recent.
Okay. Based on your experience in training, why would they want to know that stuff?
Typically, they'd call that proof of funds. They want to, they need to verify, in banking terms, it's KYC, know your customer. Every financial institution needs to know and verify the individual and entities that they're dealing with.
I'd like you to take a look at State's Exhibit 59, if you would. What is State's Exhibit 59?
This is a secured promissory note for what I call the 299 house in Heber with Ironbridge.
And first of all, this is K. Richins Realty purchasing this. Is that what it is?
That's right, and I misspoke. This is 10%. I had misstated the interest rate earlier.
And what is the amount that they're loaning?
$346,500.
When?
In this is in July of 22.
20.
I'm sorry, July of 21. Sorry. It's signed July 7th, 2021.
Now, did you examine a bank statement from Ironbridge purportedly given to them by the defendant?
You mean from Ironbridge, meaning
It was obtained from Ironbridge, so but submitted to it that it used to.
it was part of the Ironbridge loan information that we received, yes.
Okay. Would you take a look at State's Exhibit 11, please? What is State's Exhibit 11?
This is America First Credit Union bank account statement for May 31st, 2021 for K. Richins Realty, account number 6577.
And do you know where this was sourced from?
This was sourced from Iron Bridge as indicated by the number on the top.
Okay. And how do you know it's K. Richins Realty?
The header on the bank account statement purports to be K. Richins Realty.
And then in the body of that statement, does it give the amount in the bank account?
Yes.
What is that?
The summary of the accounts for the 3 accounts that are included in this bank account statement is $210,898.61. That's the ending balance.
So I'd like to direct your attention now to States Exhibit 12. What is States Exhibit 12?
This is the America First bank account statement for K. Richins Realty for that same month, May of 2021, for account 6577. This is the actual statement that we received from America First Credit Union.
In what way is it the same and in what way is it different from the States Exhibit 11?
The header is the same, but the body, the transactions that are contained are different.
What is the total balance?
The total balance is $15,609.
All right, let's take a look at States Exhibit 13. What is that?
This is the actual bank account statement for C&E Stone Masonry, ending in 7664. This was the document that was received directly from America First Credit Union.
And how do you know it's C&E's?
The header indicates that it's C&E's, and the transactions appear to be consistent with what C&E would be doing, and it matches the bank account statement that Iron Bridge produced, but it has the different header on it.
So let me make sure I understand this. 11 has a header from her account, K. Richins Realty, but yet the body of C&E's May 31st bank statement.
That's correct.
I'd like you to take a look at States Exhibit 60. That's 60. I believe that's an email exchange, is that right?
That's right.
What's the subject?
Quick question.
Okay, and is the quick question below, physically below the response? Is that?
Yes.
So what is the quick question?
This is from Mr. Amy, I don't know how to say that, from Iron Bridge, emailing Ms. Richins asking for an explanation about her credit score, the credit cards, and referencing that bank account statement.
Okay. Is he perplexed? I mean, what
Just
is,
speculation.
Sustained.
specifically, what does he say to her?
He says when he first ran her credit, it was lower than expected. There were some delinquencies on the credit cards, but he can see from the bank account statement that she provided that she's got plenty of money in the bank to cover expenses.
How does she respond to that?
Would you like me to read it?
Yes, please. Can you just read what she says to that question?
She says, "Hi Richard, hope you had a great 4th of July weekend. Yes, sure. Everything is paid off now. It just probably hasn't updated. I recently learned about all of this as well, LOL, and then my husband decided to explain to me that this was his doing a while ago. We are in the process of separation for one of many reasons, but this is one of them. To keep it short and sweet, LOL. It's been crazy to say the least. I look forward to working with you guys on our first and hopefully many projects."
Okay, you said she obtained some loans from Boomerang for, I believe you said.
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at State's Exhibit 14, if you would. What is State's Exhibit 14?
This is from Boomerang, but it's an America First Credit Union bank account statement for Kate Richins Realty, account 6577 for June of 2021.
And how do you know it's K. Richins Realty?
Which is the header.
And what is the balance on that?
The ending balance is $702,831.
Let's take a look at State's Exhibit 15 then. Now, what is that?
This is the actual statement that was obtained directly from America First Credit Union for K. Richins Realty, account 6577 in June of 2021.
The header says K. Richins and Realty and 6577?
That's right.
What is the ending balance?
Ending balance is $15,339.
Okay, let's take a look at State's Exhibit 16. And what is that?
This is the actual bank account statement that was obtained directly from America First Credit Union for C&D Stone Masonry LLC, account 7664 for June of 2021.
And it presumably says C&E 7664
Yes.
in the header?
In the header, yes.
What's the ending balance?
The ending balance is $702,831.
That's the same as State's Exhibit 14?
The one that was issued to Boomerang, or submitted to Boomerang, yes.
Okay. So, once again, cut and paste of header for K. Richins Realty and the data, the amount of money on hand from C&E.
That's correct.
Direct your attention to State's Exhibit 61, if you would. Could you describe for the record what this is?
Yes, this is from Boomerang. This is a document that came directly from Boomerang. It's a kind of an internal review, summary of a potential loan, kind of ahead of, that would be prepared in the midst of the approval process.
And what was the property?
This is for the 75 East Midway House, I think. Yes, the smaller Midway House.
Okay. And in there, does it reference, well, first of all, how much is the loan amount?
The loan amount on this is $454,750.
And does it talk about the defendant's liquidity?
It does on the second page.
And what does it say about it?
Let's see. It says under liquidity and net worth, Kouri has liquidity in the amount of $702,000. She has a net worth of $2,719,000 made up of cash, securities, life insurance, retirement funds, and real estate investments.
And so that number 702,000 is that same figure from C&E that she's submitted in State's Exhibit 14?
Don't remember the exact exhibit number, but yes, that number's drawn from that bank account statement that was actually C&E, not K. Richins Realty.
Did you find any other instances where this similar type of cut and paste header with some other account was submitted to lenders?
Yes.
How many times did you find that?
I found 6 so far.
Including these two?
Yes.
Now, I'd like you to take a look again at the timeline.
Yes.
Okay, so these purchases in 2021, you've already mentioned, it's 15, more and more. Did any of them sell?
Yes, great number of them did, yeah.
Okay, tell us about that.
Well, as like the Mill Creek House, for example, that was acquired in the spring. That's a home in Salt Lake County, and so there was a primary lender on that, and multiple investors who gave K. Richins Realty money for the rehab costs. And then when it was sold, most of those were paid from closing, like at the title company. Some were not. Some came out of K. Richins Realty's net proceeds.
So she's turning over property, isn't she gaining money by doing this?
Yes.
Okay, what's happening to her debt load?
That was increasing, especially she started in the middle of summer of 2021. She started acquiring personal property loans that they're not secured by real property and were secured by advanced, her future receivables.
Is Greengrass holding one of those?
Yes.
Okay, turn your attention to State's Exhibit 20. So could you, first of all, tell us what State's Exhibit 20 is?
This is a revenue purchase agreement dated, it's in September of 2021.
And could you explain the basic terms of this?
This is an agreement with K. Richins Realty and then some other companies pledging $87,000 of advance receivables for $60,000 upon execution of the agreement, and e-signed by Kouri and Doreen Kouri.
So let me make sure I understand this. So she's saying, I will give you $87,000 of money I haven't earned yet, but I'll pay it to you in the future if you give me $60,000 now.
Yeah, and what's represented here that it's been earned and it's going to be coming in, but it's not in yet. And so she's saying, I'll pay you back $87,000 for $60,000 now.
Okay. And what did it obligate her to pay?
$5,438 every week.
Did she pay that?
For a series of payments, yes.
Okay. How much did she pay that you're aware of?
I think she paid about $20,000. I'm not exactly sure of the amount on there, but she paid about $20,000 and then defaulted in December.
Did something happen as a result of that default?
Yes, they filed suit in New York.
Okay. The state would direct your attention to State's Exhibit 21. Could you describe for the record what State's Exhibit 21 is?
This is the summons and the verified complaint associated with that lawsuit.
And so in a lawsuit like that, there's some alleged facts?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll direct your attention to page 5, fact number 11.
Yes.
And what is the allegation there?
That she did pay $21,752, leaving the balance of unremitted receivables of $65,248. And then there's default fees of $2,500 and attorney's fees of $19,574.
Did you find any other agreements or attempted agreements between the defendant and these type of lenders?
Yes, I found several.
Okay, what are they?
QFS Financial is one she entered into where she pledged $167,000 for future receivables for $105,000. That was the largest one by far. Most of them are in the $20,000 to $30,000 range.
Is Blue Bridge something like that?
Blue Bridge is one, Delta Bridge Funding, Zahav, Asset Management, Crown Funding. There are over a couple of dozen, or I'm sorry, over a dozen, yeah, about 20 or 25.
You mentioned early on that the defendant had an account with Navy Federal.
Yes.
Oh, Navy Federal, do you know what kind of account she had there?
At Navy Federal, she had a checking, a savings, and a credit line.
Okay. During the period of August to December of 2021, do you have any idea? Well, first of all, what was the maximum amount for that, the credit limit for that revolving line of credit?
That was $15,000.
For that period, August 2021 to December 2021, do you know what her balance was, relatively speaking?
Well, it was almost maxed out most of the time. During that specific review period, I would say, I think that's about $13,000.
Okay. Can you take a look at State's Exhibit 26, please? Is that a multi-page document?
It is.
And what are they?
These are the bank account statements for the account ending in 0060, starting in July of 21. Ending in March of 22, and for Kouri Richins.
And does the statement include the balance on revolving credit?
Yes.
And throughout that time period I just mentioned, it's more or less maxed out?
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at State's Exhibit 27. Do you know what those are?
Yes.
What are these?
These are checks from the account of Kouri Richins at Navy Federal, and these checks were deposited into the account of K. Richins Realty. I believe all of these were deposited into that account, and none of them cleared.
Let's just do an exercise of one of these. Let's take a look. What's the check number on the very first one of State's Exhibit 27?
Check 271.
And when is that?
The date on the check is 8/28/2021.
Can you find that transaction in State's Exhibit 26, which is those statements for that appropriate time period?
Yes. Yes. It's on, the Bates number ends in 99 at the top, and it was returned on 8/31 of 21.
So that check, and how much was that check for, that particular one?
$2,100.
And all of the checks then in State's Exhibit 27 are similar in that way?
That's right.
So now we're at December of 2021, the end of the year there. What is her financial status?
All in all, with all of the property, she had acquired and sold a number of properties. She retained several as rentals. she still had loans on those properties. So at that time, it was about 4 or 4.5 million that she still owed on those, well, the trust deeds. She had paid some on them, but there's that. And then with all of the personal property loans, it's hard to tell for sure, but I think somewhere around $500,000 or $600,000 she owed on those personal property loans as well.
Now, you mentioned that one, for example, was green grass that
That's right.
required her to pay $5,000 weekly.
5,438 weekly, yes.
Were there some that were daily?
Yes.
And how many payments did she have to make in the month of December, for example?
She made about over 90 payments on debt. You know, toward the, there's a difference. There's the debt load and there's the debt service. So she owed the amounts that I stated, and then the debt service are the payments that she paid on that debt. And they're a little, well, there's over 100 that she paid payments.
So for the month of December, how much debt service is just what she paid? Not necessarily. It could be the same as debt load, but
In this instance, no, it's different.
okay.
Yeah.
What was the debt service for the month of December? Do you know?
It was over $300,000.
I'd like to take a look at, this is back to States Exhibit 69. I'm going to move on to the next chart. Can you describe for the record what this next summary chart is?
This is the debt that the debt payments that she made
So-
during these months.
Once again, this is debt service, not debt load.
That's right.
Okay.
This is not the amount of debt she possessed. This is the amount of payments that she made on that debt.
Okay, and for the months of,
June of 2021 through February of 2022. And I do need to make a note that in preparing for this hearing, I've noticed that in December of 2021, I made a duplication. So we need to reduce that number by about $44,000 in December. Because it's still about $320,000.
now, in January and February, it appears to go down, is that right?
That's right.
Let's once again look at the same information and expressed differently. Can you describe this for the record? This is the third chart on the PowerPoint.
So this is drawn from that previous data. And so it's just showing it in a pictorial format.
It seems, after December, it seems to be going through the floor.
That's right. These are the payments that she made on the debt. She did pay off one of her lenders, one of the personal property loans. She did pay that off in January, and that was about $19,000. But mostly because of what had happened in November and December, so many transactions had been returned and not cleared by the bank. They did not. Some of them continued to try to draw in January and February, but they were unsuccessful. And so those payments were not made.
So this doesn't depict her debt load, the amount of debt she has, but rather she's just not paying.
That's correct. At least from the accounts I have. At least from the accounts that I have reviewed.
Sometime around this time period, did she take on another project?
Yes, she did.
Is it different than previous projects?
Are you talking about the Legacy Way project, the large house?
Oh, okay, yes. Tell me
Yes.
about that.
She, the first REPC which stands for Real Estate Purchase Contract, was in December of 2021, and it's a very large property on Legacy Way in Midway, and that's the property that she did end up closing in March 22.
Okay, so it begins though in December and concludes when in March?
Well, the settlement statement I've seen is dated March 4th. Some documents were signed March 4th, some were signed on the 7th and recorded on the 8th of March.
How is this different from any of the other previous projects?
It was an unfinished house and just quite large, a very, very ambitious project. The purchase price, I believe, was $2.9 million.
What was its state of repair?
It was under construction, so it didn't have much inside, down to the studs, exposed wiring, things like that.
Did she ever, that you're aware of, give an estimate to lenders about what she anticipated those costs would be to rehab it?
Yes,
What was that?
her estimate was between $3 and $4 million to rehab that property once it was acquired.
And how did she obtain this property?
Through hard money lenders.
All borrowed then?
Pardon me?
All borrowed?
Yes, all borrowed.
Okay, I want to talk about life insurance. Have you had the opportunity to look at life insurance policies that were owned by the Richins family?
Yes.
Do you know about how many there were?
I think there were 6.
This is the fourth chart of 4 from State's Exhibit 69 PowerPoint. Can you describe what that is?
Yes, these are the life insurance policies on Eric Richins' life, and I've taken the effective date. Some of them were in 2015, 17, 18, and there's the one in 2022.
And those dates, those years are the date of purchase?
That's right.
Are they different, for I guess different purposes?
It appears to be, yes.
In what ways?
Well, the first one on the top is a mortgage insurance policy. So basically, it would pay off the pay down the mortgage. I think it's some odd amount, like 72.05% or something. But
Okay. Was there one for business?
I believe so, and I am unclear as I sit here if that's that $1 million one or not. So I'm sorry, there is one on the business where Eric and his business partner, if one passed away, then it would benefit the other and allow the other one to buy out the business from the estate of the other.
Okay, so it doesn't go to the spouse, but rather to the other business partner.
The business partner.
To buy out the spouse.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with a company, life insurance company called True Stage?
Yes.
Is it some sort of business association with PenFed?
Yes.
To your knowledge, what is that relationship?
Well, True Stage is an insurance company, and they typically market their product to credit union members, all sorts of credit union members, different credit unions.
Do you know whether the defendant was a member of PenFed?
She was, yes.
How about, do you know whether Eric Richins was?
I know that he was not.
Direct your attention to State's Exhibit 62.
These are the bank account statements for Kouri Richins at PenFed Credit Union, the account 9118, for the period starting in October 2021. It's just through April of 2022.
And State's Exhibit 63. What is that?
This is a declaration of custodian of records, no records, and this is from PenFed Credit Union, stating that Eric Richins did not have any accounts at their institution.
Are you aware of an application from the defendant to True Stage for life insurance in January of 2022?
Yes.
Direct your attention to State's Exhibit 17. What is State's Exhibit 17?
This is the application for True Stage individual term life insurance to AT. And this is dated the end of January 28th or 29th of 2022.
And who's applying for what in this application?
This is for life insurance for Kouri Richins and for Eric Richins.
Now, is there something unusual about the information provided, contact information for each of those two applicants?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
The contact information is the P.O. box that Ms. Richins used for her business. Her email address is on there. There's no email address for Mr. Richins, and the phone number that's listed for Mr. Richins is not correct.
How is it different? Do you know off the top of your head?
Yes. It says 892, but his number starts 792.
And then ends with the 9317.
That's correct.
And to be clear, the mailing address is the business address for K. Richins Realty for both of them?
Yes, this was pre-populated. It appears to be pre-populated this way with Kouri Richins and her P.O. box in Camas.
And when is it effective?
This policy was effective February 2nd, 2022.
Okay, direct your attention to State's Exhibit 65. Now, before I go there, I'm sorry, I skipped over something. Early on, we talked about docket 127.
Yes,
That was, if I remember correctly, that was Throckmorton's report.
that's right.
And in there, he has how many question samples?
3 questioned samples, yes.
So 1 and 2 are the power of attorney we've already addressed.
That's right.
So question number 3 is,
It's the signature on this life insurance policy.
and so is your understanding what?
He calls them simulated forgeries, and that they're probably not Mr. Richins' signatures.
Okay, so now let's go to State's Exhibit 65, if you would. What is State's Exhibit 65?
This is a letter from True Stage Insurance to Eric Richins at that P.O. Box 759, dated February 4th, 2022.
And what is it informing Eric Richins of?
This is a welcome letter. Thank you for choosing True Stage Life Insurance, and talking about the premium. The premium would be deducted from the checking account 6577, which is the Richins Realty account,
Okay.
on February 14th for $46.50.
And that's an automatic withdrawal?
That is.
Okay. Have you examined AFCU account for Richins Realty? That's 6577 for December, January, February of December of 21, January, February, March even of 2022.
Yes.
So in 6577, is there that automatic withdrawal that you were talking about?
There is in February, yes.
Is there any other insurance premiums that are paid from 6577?
No.
Okay. Now, let's take a look at States Exhibit 64, and I'll let you just take a look at what 64 is and 37.
What was the second number, Mr. Wood?
37. Could you describe for the record, what is 64?
64 is part of December. So this is an America First Credit Union bank account statement from America First Credit Union.
Which account?
Eric Richins account 2204. So this is the joint account
Okay.
where the typical household expenses were paid. And it is for December 2021, pages, and it goes through, goes through March 1st of 2022.
So, looking at those, are there any of the insurance premiums that you've mentioned before paid out of 220?
The payments that had previously been made, historically been made, I should say, are paid here, but not that one.
But not the new one, just
Not the new
all
one.
the previous ones?
That's correct.
So, just a second. Have to steal my courage? Oh, okay. So, I'm looking at, in your chart there, I guess that you find evidence of payment of those top four in your chart?
I'm not sure
From the
what you mean.
2204?
The payment of the premium?
Yes,
Yes,
but not the bottom one.
that's correct.
Do you know if the defendant made any claims on those insurance policies,
Yes, she did.
particularly the true state?
Yes, she did.
Okay. How does the claim process work?
Mr. Burmester, get back in front of that mic.
Oh, sorry. How does the claim process work?
A claim is made, the insurance company would initiate a claim, give it a number, and then proceed to do their due diligence.
Okay. A couple of things. Based on your experience and training with working with insurance companies, is there a convention for naming these claims?
Yes, everyone's got a little bit different process, but in this situation, there are two different claims, and we can see from the information contained in the diary that the insurance company kept, and also the name, the number of the claim. We can see what day it was opened.
I see. Okay, so in addition, is there any, are insurance policies treated differently if they're made, a claim is made on them near in time to when they're opened versus if you've had a policy and tacked for 10 years or something.
Yes, I worked on, I don't know, a few dozen death investigations, and what happens, every insurance company will have a different policy, but typically if a life insurance policy is taken out and there's a death of the insured within a certain period of time, usually it's a year or two, there's a standard death investigation that takes place. And I worked on many of those throughout my career.
Okay. I'd like you to take a look at what has been marked as States Exhibit 18. What is States Exhibit 18?
This is notes for claim 2204-28003. So this would be the claim opened on opened on April 28th. It's probably the third one that they assigned that day or something.
Okay. And so that, do you know which policy this is referring to?
This one is the larger of the two. This is the $250,000 policy that from 2017.
And is this what you referred to earlier as a diary?
Yes.
Okay. I think we have an States Exhibit 67. We just, at the beginning of the day, I think, offered States Exhibit 67.
Yes.
Oh,
And I don't know.
yes, it is. It's right here.
I have.
It's G.
And can you identify for the record what States Exhibit 67?
Yes. This is a similar document. This is for the other claim, number 2204-22032. So this is the claim that was opened on April 22nd, 2022, and this is for, so this is the first one, and this is for the $100,000 policy.
And it was opened on April 22nd, 2022.
That's right.
Let's look a little closer then. First of all, with States Exhibit 18. Can you describe what this is recording and how it works with business?
This is a chronological diary, just note-taking about the date and time of a call or a contact, and just some notes. So over time they can go back and refer to what happened and when.
Now this is, States Exhibit 18 is referring to the 2017 policy.
That's right.
And it was made then by April 28th, so a week after the other one.
Yes.
Okay. In there, does the defendant ask some questions, or I guess is the insurance company asking the defendant some questions about the case?
Yes.
Do they want to know about fentanyl?
Yes. They needed the final death certificate showing the cause of death, and then they need to know if the fentanyl was prescribed.
And does the defendant respond to that?
She does. Toward the bottom, she said the fentanyl was not prescribed, so she can't give any information about it. She also added that she don't have any idea how did her husband got that. Just for the record, that's what it says. That's not my grammar.
Let's turn to States Exhibit 67. Now, to be clear, this is first in time request.
Yes, it is.
And the policy that she opened that I believe was effective, you said?
February 2nd. Yes.
At some point, I think in July of 2022, is there a conversation between the defendant and the insurance company about what's taking so long?
Yes. This would be, well, there were several conversations in July. They're talking about needing the medical records for the medical facility. And then finally in August, that they say, she called to know the status of the claim. And then they said that they had received the medical records from the clinic.
Okay, I wanted to. All right, so they finally get them when? The medical records?
That's, according to this, is 8/15/22.
In the, you see the entry 822, the bottom of page 2?
Yes.
Are they talking about the medical records there, that last?
It looks like yes.
And did they receive them on what day?
Well, this is when they received the invoice.
It's the invoice, so. All right, so do they describe what is important to them as far as this investigation in at least one of those 822 entries?
Yes. Yes. It looks like they received the records on 8/2 and 8/11. I don't know if that matters. Okay, yes, they received the 36 pages of records on 8/11. And then there's substance use other than prescribed. It's marijuana once or twice a year. And no concerns about substance abuse in the household.
Have a moment,
Yes.
That's all the questions I have for this one.
Who's doing the question? Ms. Nestor, level with me. How much time do you think you have with Ms. Arrington?
30 minutes.
Okay.
Not law enforcement at this time.
I don't think he's ever been law enforcement, but that's true.
And how did you know Mr. Gabler?
We've been colleagues for 30 years or so.
And by colleagues, do you share office space? Do you work together on cases just randomly, or what do you mean by colleagues?
No, I have worked on the same cases that he has worked on. I would not say we've ever worked on cases together.
Okay. And he approached you and asked if you would be interested in working for Eric Richins' family, who was dealing with trust issues, right?
With the trust, the Eric Richins Living Trust, yes.
Who's the trustee of the Eric Richins Living Trust?
Katie Richins Benson, his sister.
And so would she have been the individual basically responsible for paying you as the trustee?
Yes.
And did you meet with her?
I don't know that I ever met with her. We had phone conversations.
Okay. And did you have a contract of employment with her or with the trust?
An engagement letter, yes.
And what did they agree to pay you to help them?
My hourly rate and, yeah,
How much was that?
$325 an hour.
And I believe you said you worked for them up until the county attorney approached you, is that right?
That's right.
So how long a period of time did you work solely for the trust?
I don't remember when I first started working for them. In the summer. It was in the summer, I believe, of 22,
So a few months after Mr. Richins had passed.
something like that. I can get that exact date for you, something like that. And then toward the fall of that year, they engaged in some litigation, and I was pretty much out of the picture at that point.
So maybe 5 or 6 months, you think you worked for them?
Probably 4 or 5, yeah.
And do you remember a total how much they paid you during the time you were employed by them?
I think it was about $9,000.
And during that time, did they provide you with records to analyze?
I did have some records, yes.
Right. And so these are being produced to you by Eric Richins' family.
That's right.
And that would include these life insurance documents?
I did have some. Whether or not they're this, I honestly don't remember if it includes this one. I don't think it did. There were several New York life insurance policies that I reviewed.
Do you know how they obtained those records before they gave them to you? Are you aware? You may or not have a copy.
I don't know.
What other records did the Richins family give you to analyze?
I had some of the C&E Masonry bank account records. I had some tax returns. I know I had some other things. I had some odds and ends. So nothing, and I do not know how they obtained them.
And then how did it come about that you switched from working from Eric's family to the prosecution team in this case?
Well, in my view, they are separate entities, separate cases, separate engagements, and I did not feel like I could work on both. And at that time, when I was engaged by Summit County, I had not had any contact, well, I shouldn't say any, I had really not had much, if any, contact since like the fall. I did have a Zoom call with their counsel where they just kind of wanted to see where I had left off, but the complaint that they filed doesn't include any of my work.
And the complaint that they filed is basically an effort to make sure that Kouri does not get a single penny from Eric Richins' trust, right? Is that your understanding of the litigation?
I actually don't know much about that litigation, and on purpose, I have tried to ignore it. I try to stay in my lane and in my box, and this is the box I'm in, and so I really don't know the status. I don't know what's been happening there. My overall understanding is they were trying to enforce the trust, the Eric Richins Living Trust, and associated documents. That's a weird way to say that, but that's my understanding.
And when you were in their box, when you were in the box with the trust, was it your understanding that Kouri Richins was aware that a trust had been created before Eric passed?
I was under the impression of the opposite, that she did not know about the trust. And whether or not she knew or didn't know, I really do not know the answer to that question.
So you've not reviewed any police reports in this case that talked about interviews of Katie the morning of Eric's death?
I know that there were some that took place, but I have purposely not reviewed them.
So you don't have personal knowledge, one way or the other, about whether Kouri knew this trust was in place before Eric died?
I cannot testify one way or another about that.
Okay. Did Todd Gabler ever give you any documents to analyze, or it all came from the attorneys of the trust?
I didn't get anything from the attorneys.
Where did you get the documents from the trust?
I believe I got everything from Katie.
From Katie, the sister?
I believe so.
Okay. All right. Are you still retained in any way by the trust?
No. I haven't engaged in conversation with them. I haven't responded to anything for better part of a year.
Did you review new documents before you testified today that you did not review before the detention hearing?
Yes.
What are the new documents you reviewed before today?
We have more bank account statements. There are loan documents that I did not have before, and that includes the promissory notes. And I know that payment ledgers have been requested, and there's very little of that due to the nature of the loans. I searched and obtained many more deeds in South Carolina and in Utah, and the UCC filings of the personal property loans, the unsecured loans, the insurance documents. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little conversational, but at the detention hearing, it was early in the week, say a Tuesday, for example, and most of the documents, the financial documents that I reviewed, I had for just a couple of days.
Okay.
Literally.
I want to talk about these properties that you've looked at as far as Ms. Richins. It appears from your testimony with the county attorney that you were looking at the debt that those properties put her in. Is that right?
Yes, and I did testify about that exact point at the detention hearing, because at that time, that's all I had access to were those recorded documents. So I could see the amount of the trust deed, and I did acknowledge that that does not necessarily represent what she owes on it, but what she encumbered. That's why I'm calling it an encumbrance.
So these charts that went up dealt with what she owed on the property to the best that you could determine looking at publicly available records, right?
Not necessarily. The timeline chart that has all the colors. I mean, that has a date, well, it has a point at which she no longer owned it. Her name is no longer on that.
Okay.
And so that represents that she no longer had that debt.
Successfully flipped that property, right?
Successfully would be a judgment call, and I've not been asked to give opinions.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about equity.
Okay?
When someone owns a home, you have what the home is worth when you buy it, but then you put money down on it, you pay money towards your mortgage, and at some point you build up something called equity in your house, right?
That's true.
And when you have a lot of equity in your house, you can go, like she did on their house in Willow Creek, right? And go and say to a banker, hey, I have this property that has about $600,000 worth of equity in it. Can I borrow $50,000? And what is the banker likely to say to that?
A banker's likely to look at a lot of factors, right? Go through some due diligence. Given a lot of different factors, probably going to say yes.
Right. Because equity has value.
That's true.
And it's part of your net worth.
That is true.
So when you're evaluating someone's net worth, you're looking at their debt for sure, but you're also looking at things they have that have value.
That's true.
Their jewelry, right?
That's true.
Their artwork,
Yes.
their stocks and bonds,
Yes.
their equity and property.
Yes.
You were not asked to make that evaluation by this county attorney's office, correct? Because I don't see that you did a net worth evaluation here.
I have done some. There's some holes in it. There's some holes in it, so.
Okay. So you haven't today put on evidence of Ms. Richins' net worth?
No, and there are a lot of things that I don't know, like I'm aware that she has a tax liability, and I know that I can estimate a range, but I don't know how much that is, and that would factor into her net worth.
And I know you're an experienced accountant. You would never make a statement about someone's net worth if you knew you were missing critical documents to make that evaluation. Fair?
I would definitely put a footnote on that.
Okay. As far as the profits that Ms. Richins made when she flipped these houses, unless you have the settlement statement, the closing statement, all the records, it's not always possible to tell what her profit margin was, is it?
Well, profit margins, the answer is maybe yes, maybe no. Do you mind if I explain?
Go ahead.
Okay. For example, Ms. Richins has a schedule that she had submitted to some lenders that talked about the projects that she'd done. And she included in there is the acquisition price, the rehab budget, what it was sold for, and her profit. And I've gone through a few of those, and they're not accounted for correctly. The sales price does not reflect what her margin is. You asked me about margin, and the margin is not correct. Her profit is not correct on that. What I can tell you, the answer to your question, is I do have the settlement statements on a lot of those. And the settlement statements are prepared by the title company at closing. And so that'll go down the sales price and the deductions from that, like the property taxes that need to be paid, the encumbrances, like the first trustee, the second, if there are more, some other agreed upon amount that needs to be on one side of the ledger or another. And then we get to a net proceeds amount. And then I can go to her bank account statement and I can see those funds hit the bank account statement. But the way she had borrowed money, not everybody who was involved, I use that term as, not everyone who had participated financially in that project would have had a deed filed that would have them hit the settlement statement. So once the funds hit her bank account, then she also had to pay out some funds associated with that property.
So once she flipped a property, paid off everybody that helped her out to buy it or rehabbed it, whatever's left in her pocket after she pays everybody is her profit.
That's right.
And you can't say that, what that amount was on every one of these properties, can you?
Not every single one, but I can on many.
And if you, as I understand it, she was servicing some pretty major debt and servicing it, right? Sending those checks out.
That's correct.
Check after check after check, making payment to her lenders, right?
Yeah, they mostly were auto withdrawals, but yes.
And out of all those properties that you have with the pretty colors on your chart, how many of those got foreclosed on before she flipped them?
Before she flipped them? Well, she doesn't own any anymore.
So none is the answer, right?
None then.
So she successfully purchased the property, got what she needed to rehab it, flipped it, and it never went under on any of those properties, except for after she got arrested, before she was arrested.
And again, I'm gonna not use the word success because everyone's got a different version of what that term means. I think what you're trying to say is, did she end up selling them? Yes, she did.
Okay. All right. Did you ever interview any of Ms. Richins' hard money investors?
Yes.
Did any of them, other than Greengrass, did any of them ever file suit against her for defaulting on their deal, as far as you know?
I do not know that.
Right. The joint account with Eric and Kouri that they paid their bills out of and their kids' soccer fees and things like that, did you ever compare the deposits from Eric into that account versus deposits from Kouri into that account?
I'm aware of how much was kind of coming and going.
And who put more money in that account?
Eric's paycheck was auto-deposited there, and that was more than Kouri's. There were funds coming and going, and so, but they were for different purposes, so.
Disagree with me that Kouri substantially deposited more in that account than Eric did, in the joint account, from her KRR account.
I don't know if I would agree with that or not, because there's a lot, there are a couple of instances where C&E, there is money coming from C&E. I will say that there are a lot of instances where there are, say, like there's a $5,000 payment from Richins Realty account, the 6577, into the joint account. But there are some instances where there's a lot of money coming from Eric's resources too.
Okay, now I want to back up just a little bit when you very first got on the stand and you were talking about the accounts, who had access or whose name they were in.
Yes.
So spouses have their own decision about who does the money, who doesn't do the money, and you were not privy to that arrangement between Eric or Kouri, were you?
No.
So you don't know if they sat down at dinner every night and looked at every one of their bank account together, do you?
I do not know that.
You do not know if Kouri gave Eric the password to all their bank accounts and said, babe, it's shared money, look at whatever you want to look at. You don't know if that happened.
I do not know.
You don't know how often they talked about finances or what Eric knew or didn't know about Kouri's business.
That's correct.
You do know that Eric invested in at least one property himself through his C&E account, the
Branson Lane.
Thank you.
I would not call it investing. I know that there were the C&E checks that went into the Richins Realty account.
Okay. Looks like they invested in the property. If you were just looking from the outside, fair?
I have other information that tells me that's not the case. That's why I've not included it in my testimony.
Okay. You also looked at the prenup agreement, and we all know what prenups or agreements are from TV, right? It's an agreement before you get married about how you're going to split stuff up if you get a divorce, right?
That's true.
Okay. And in the prenup that was signed when they got married, was the home contained in that prenup that you've reviewed? The home they lived in?
I don't recall. I'd be happy to look at it if you want me to.
Take a second, please. It's exhibit number, it's docket 106.
I'm skimming this. I don't recall it's in here. Is that correct?
It's not.
Okay.
Thank you for checking. So if you don't have your home in a prenup, regardless of whose name is on the title, would you agree with me that as a spouse, you have an interest in your marital home? Correct?
That's,
Well, hold on. They're about to object and it calls for a legal conclusion.
Your Honor, if I can argue this because I
It
observed.
calls for a legal conclusion. Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you this way. You testified earlier that Ms. Richins got a HELOC on that house. Is that right?
that's correct.
Right. And you don't know if, you're not a lawyer, you're not a divorce lawyer certainly, right?
That's correct.
So you can't tell, I almost just called in the jury. Automatically. You can't tell the jury. You can't tell whether or not Ms. Richins had a lawful interest in that home that enabled her to put any type of lien on it or anything based on her marital interest, because you're not a divorce lawyer, right?
That's that legal conclusion.
Okay. So, and you also don't know if Eric knew about the HELOC or when he knew about it or what he did about it.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm
Well, I
asking
think
you.
that's what she's establishing, but you can answer the question.
I am aware that there are indicators that he knew about it in October of 2020.
That's right, because he told it to the lawyer that he was seeing about maybe getting a divorce, right? So when he told the divorce lawyer, hey, she took out this money on my account, that was October of 2020, right? So we
And
know
the
he-
indicators are that's when he learned about it.
Right, so a little less than 2 years before he passed away.
A year and a half, yeah.
Okay. And how many payments did you see Eric Richins make on that HELOC after October of 2020? In your review of every payment that was made toward that HELOC, how many did Eric make out of his account?
Out of which account?
Out of his accounts.
The 657s, or I mean the C&E account?
Did he make any out of the CNE account?
No,
Did he ever sign a check for that you ever saw?
I don't believe so.
And it was coming out of their joint account or out of the KRR account, the realty account?
Mostly out of the 5244 account, which was Kouri's account.
Okay, so she's paying it, the HELOC that she took on it.
Yes.
Okay. And he knew about it in October of 2020.
Right.
Okay. And they stayed together, obviously. All right. If the home was not contained in the prenup, since you did work for the trust, is it not true that the trust is taking the position that the home gets poured into the trust upon death?
I don't know.
She's just asking what Ms. Carrington knows. Let's
What-
find out.
Thank you. Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
To be clear, I think my knowledge on these issues is
Better than
superior
all of
to
ours.
that than anybody else in the room, and so I can keep it straight.
Well, yeah, and I appreciate that, John, because I think the court in summary judgment motion 2 weeks ago ruled on this very issue.
I can give you chapter and verse on these if we need it.
Okay, thank you.
We can just keep it.
I'll try to skip
Which is my
this.
point, Your Honor, we
I
can keep
understand.
it.
We'll just keep it.
Okay, just making sure I don't miss anything. I want to talk about those life insurance policies that were on your chart. If you could look at that chart in front of you, those 6 policies.
It's not up, but that's fine.
Oh, I thought you had a binder, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I can bring back up.
Thank you. It's exhibit number, is
Number
exhibit
69.
69, yes, sir.
Just get back.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, of those policies on exhibit 69, the very first policy is a mortgage policy,
That's correct.
which just pays off the mortgage if you die.
It doesn't pay it off, it pays it down significantly.
Right, sorry, you said that, 70 some weird percent.
Some weird percent, yeah.
Okay, so that life insurance policy is made payable to the mortgage company.
And as far as I know, it was paid directly to them.
Okay. In your chart, it says it was paid to the trust. Do you see that? They were the
do not.
beneficiary?
I say they were the beneficiary, but that was, no, that's not what I said, but it was paid toward the mortgage is my understanding.
So, Kouri, and when was that policy obtained? Back in-
15.
Okay. And do you even know Eric applied for that, right, himself?
I do not know.
You don't know.
I don't. I
Okay,
don't recall.
second policy, what's the second one?
On my chart is the $250,000 true stitch from 17.
And that's 2017.
That's correct.
And do you know whether Eric, that is not one of the questionable signatures, right? You've agreed that's Eric's signature on that application.
Let's make it clear, I'm not making any determination out of signatures. That's not me.
Okay. So the report you read from the handwriting analyst
That one.
didn't look at that signature of the True Stage $250,000 policy, correct?
Actually, I don't know. He looked at, in his report, he lists a few dozen exemplars. I don't know if that's one or not.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Eric Richins had to take a medical exam to get that life insurance policy?
I don't recall. I think I've got the documents for that, but I don't, off the top of my head, no.
So you can't say right now, as you sit here, whether Eric was involved in getting that policy or not, you just don't know.
I don't recall. There's both of those next two. There's the True Stage and the auto owners. was part of a group of policies where there's one on Ms. Richins, one on Mr. Richins, and somewhere along the line there's some on the kids too.
That auto insurance policy, that's the big one, that's $1 million,
The
right?
auto owners. Mhm.
And what is the date that insurance policy was applied for?
That's also in 2017.
So, help me with math, 5 years before he died.
That's right.
And that $1 million policy, there's no way they're gonna insure somebody for $1 million if they don't have a medical exam. Do you think that's fair?
I think that's a fair statement, yes.
Okay. And then the next insurance policy was what day?
This is in April of 2018 with New York Life.
So that's 4 years before he passed.
That's right.
And do you know who applied for that?
I have the documents, but I don't recall. I'm sorry.
And do you know whether Mr., and how much was that one for?
$500,000.
And do you, again, that's pricey, bless you, Governor, that's a pricey insurance policy. Again, I would imagine that would require a medical exam. Do you know if Eric submitted to one?
I know that he did on a policy. I've seen that, and I can't recall which one it were ones. I just don't recall those details.
So that really just leaves, and the policy that he had with his partner, the buy-sell policy, which partners do all the time, right?
That's
in
correct.
business,
Yes,
that money goes to the partner, that doesn't go to the spouse.
they're set up specifically that way. Yes.
Right. So the only policy on there that was obtained within any short period of time before Eric died was the very last one for $100,000, right?
Right, and that's usually, typically in my experience, that's an amount that probably would not have required an exam.
Totally agree. And that policy is one of those ones that we all get in the mail if you belong to a credit union, where they send you a little flyer, you get it in your junk mail, and it says, hey, you want to up your insurance? No exam, just sign here and we'll add some more for free. Please do that. Is that what that is?
It is a brochure from the credit union, but what you've just described it's not contained in there. It was an offer of life insurance though.
Made by the credit union
Yes.
to all their credit union members. It's just like a perk for being a credit union member.
It's a marketing brochure, yes.
Here's some pretty cheap insurance, grab it if you want it, right?
That would be a fair statement, yes.
Okay. And that's the policy that was taken out, I guess, that was signed to become effective a few weeks before, or a month and a half before he passed.
A month, yeah.
Okay. And again, that's $100,000 out of a total insurance amount that had been obtained years before, exceeding $2 million.
That's
Right?
correct.
Were you ever asked to look at Eric's financial records in his company or his business? Anybody ever give those to you?
I do have his bank accounts, the bank accounts for their company, yes.
And the bank accounts that you talked about where, I'll strike that. Okay, court's indulgence, I think you stopped there, Your Honor. Can I ask a quick question? Your Honor, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Carrington.
Mr. Burr, is there any redirect within the scope of process?
Yes. Ms. Carrington, you were asked about a successful flip.
Yes.
If we're measuring success as an amount above and beyond all costs that go into purchasing, rehabbing, taxing, etc., the flip, that is a measure of successful flip. Were these purchases and subsequent sales successful?
if they were sold, if that's your measure of success, then they were sold, so that would be successful. There were several instances where the investors were not going to get their money out of that particular property, so their trust deed, their investment was transferred to a different property where there was room for them to be repaid.
So some of these subsequent sales did not even meet the investment that went into them.
That's right.
So at the time of the defendant's death, March 4th, what was the summary of debt owed? Do you have the figure for that?
Yes. 3 of the homes had recently, prior to Eric's death, had been sold for about $170,000 in net proceeds. And then Mrs. Richins had retained, I believe, 5 properties at that time. The HELOC was over its limit. It was at $252,000 on its balance. Her credit line at PenFed had been exceeded. Her credit line at America First was about maxed out, and she had ended the year in 2021 in the hole. I think in her 5244 account she was in the hole $15,000, and in the 6577 account she was in the hole $22,000. There just were no resources.
When you say there's no resources, so then she's unable to service all the debt she's acquired.
That's correct. And at that time, again, it's kind of mix and match to try and figure out how much debt load she had. She owed about $4 million on, well, let me restate that. The trust deeds associated with the property that she retained were about $4 million. So she probably owed a little bit less than that. And then the personal property loans, the accounts payable loans, I believe her balance at that time was about between $500,000 and $600,000.
Somewhere then between $3 million and $4 million is her total debt load she has at the time of March 4th, 2020.
No, it would go the other direction. So she had roughly $4 million in real estate that she owed on, and then another $500,000 to $600,000 in those personal property loans. So $4.5 million, something like that.
You mentioned the HELOC in talking to defense counsel. You know, other than that $150,000 payment on principal in October of 2020, were there any other payments that you're aware of that were substantially beyond just paying the interest?
No, they were pretty much the minimum payments for the rest of the life of the loan.
When did she stop drawing money on the HELOC?
Do you mind if I look at my notes? In October of 2021 is the last draw of $2,300 payable to Richins Realty.
And why didn't she just take some more out of there?
Objection to speculation, Your Honor.
I think he's asking a financial question overruled.
The balance of that account, the limit was $250,000, and as of that time, the balance was $253,199.25. So there was no room to draw more.
Did these lenders that you're aware of analyze the defendant's net worth when she was taking out these loans? Accounts receivable?
It appears, yes, they did.
So how much did she have in artwork?
I don't recall any artwork listed.
Okay, how about jewelry?
I don't recall any jewelry listed either.
When you look at the AFCU bank accounts, from which bank account were the payments made to the top insurance 1 through 4?
Those are paid from the joint checking 2204.
Okay. And that's distinguished from the last one, the one made on February 4th, or entered into on February 4th, with apparently no notice to Eric. That was paid from which account?
From the 6577 account for K. Richins Realty.
I have no.
Ms. Nestor.
Nothing, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Carrington, you can step down. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, what's the plan?
Your Honor, the state does not intend to call any more witnesses.
Does the state rest?
The state
Okay. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos, is the defense going to be calling any witnesses?
No, Your Honor, we will be.
It's late. There's a lot of information here and a lot of counts. I'm disinclined to cram that in today. What's a reasonable time to come back to tomorrow, confirm that Ms. Richins wants to waive her right to testify, and argue about the showing of probable cause?
Whatever time is.
You're allowed to have a preference.
Later the
Later
better.
the better. Later
Okay.
the better.
Do you want to do it in the afternoon?
How about 10 o'clock?
10 a.m. Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Very good. Mr. Ramos?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Richins, we will retire for the evening. Court will be in recess until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. I wish you all the very best. Please listen to the deputy's instructions. We do this in an orderly manner. We'll be back on the record at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you. Court's in recess.